Currently, I'll start with item 1, the evacuation procedure. A fire drill even is not expected tonight. So if the alarm goes off, it is for real. Please leave by the clearly marked emergency exits. And what we do is we meet up over the road outside Virgin Money, which was the old Yorkshire Bank building. To move on to item 2 on the agenda, which is to accept apologies. I have apologies from Councillor Walmsley, Councillor Harbison and Councillor Rudkin. Is that correct? Are there any other apologies? Now, in that case, we'll move on to agenda item 3, which are the minutes of the 2 previous meetings. There was an extraordinary meeting as well as a full council. So we are approving, first of all, the meeting on the 1st of December 2021, page 7 in your main agenda, and then also the extraordinary council meeting minutes from the 26th of January, and they're on the addendum page 3. Do I have somebody to propose the minutes? Thank you, Councillor Wilson. And a seconder? Councillor Croft, thank you. So that's both sets of minutes. Everybody's content with that? Yep, no objections. So the minutes are accepted. Have I got the copies there to sign? Great. Okay, we move on to agenda item 4, accept declarations of interest in addition to those already printed in the agenda. Are there any additional declarations of interest? Councillor Evans, thank you.
Thank you. It's listed that I am a governor at Raceleys Infant School. I'm no longer a governor, so could that please be removed?
Yeah, I think we'll make sure that that's done. Thank you, Councillor. Any other declarations of interest? Now, in that case, I'll move on to item 5, which is announcements. Councillor Sargent, I think you have an announcement you'd like to make.
Yes, thanks for the opportunity to make a small speech, I suppose. I don't mind me sitting down, but I feel a bit too big to stand up. As I won't be standing in the next elections, I just wanted an opportunity to thank everybody that had helped me over the last 4 years in the Borough Council. That's officers, council workers, friends and family. I think over the 4 years it's been frustrating, sometimes difficult, but I think on balance, I think I've achieved a reasonable amount of work. So I just wanted to put on record my thanks to everybody, officers and council workers, friends and family who've helped me over that period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jane Sargent, did you want to speak too?
Yes, thank you. I'm not standing in May's election. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all officers of Nuneaton and Bedworth Council who have also helped me over the last 4 years. In my first year, I had many councillors that helped me, and I'd like to thank Councillor Claire Golby for helping me the most in that first year, teaching me where to go and what to do, and hopefully I've continued to do that. I've had many fun moments, and I've also enjoyed doing lots of community projects with many of you in this chamber. COVID has taught us many things, and we've had many difficulties to go through for residents and for us. And I hope that life becomes easier for all of us. And I wish councillors around the chamber in all parties the best for the election in May. I am just Jane, and I hope that my friendship that I've made with many councillors in here continues whatever the party. I wish good luck to the Mayor in his last few months, and plenty of money is raised for all the local charities that has been done in past mayors and future mayors. Again, I would just like to say thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I think, Councillor Golby, you've got an announcement.
Thank you, Chair. It's just something personal, and I appreciate comments, Jane. Thanks for that. This is something that I'm undertaking in a charitable cause. And I just thought I'd take the opportunity to try and drum up a bit of support and some money. I'm doing a fire walk for Acorns Children's Hospice. And I've got a Just Giving page, which I'd like to email out to everybody. So yes, literally walking across hot coals to try and raise some funds for Acorns that assist children and families with life-limiting conditions. So it's the closest some of you are going to get to burning me at the stake. That's got to be worth a few quid, hasn't it? So come on, dig deep, everyone. Thanks for that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Wish you well with that. I'll see if you come back medium rare. I do have two announcements to make. First of all, that the Civic Dinner, as previously alluded to, will be on Saturday the 6th of May, held at Weston Hall. I hope everybody will come along and support that. And on Friday the 13th of May, unlucky for some, but hopefully it'll be a great night, we have a fantastic world-class ABBA tribute group coming to perform in aid of the Mayor's charity, Mary Ann Evans Hospice, and that will be at the Co-op Hall in Dugdale Street, and that's from 7 o'clock. Tickets are only £8. Going to have a great night, so I hope everybody can support that too. If there are no other announcements, then I will move on to item 6, public participation. Right, so the first question we have is from Mr. Carl Walker, and that's going to be read out by Brent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Walker's question is as follows. Will the Conservative Council support a sustained and determined ongoing and public pressure on the Conservative MPs to work together and deliver a moratorium with ongoing lobbying of the Minister of Housing to prevent an injustice being executed within NBBC? The Council have stated that they are unable to effect any change due to process and are unable to deliver the outcomes in a reasonable amount of time. Many people in the public do not agree the current timescale presented by the Conservatives is a reasonable amount of time. With this in mind, does the Council agree that the only way to deliver for 6,000 residents who petitioned against the plan is to hold our MPs accountable for destroying the Greenbelt in this borough, and do they agree to lobby them publicly to ensure action is taken? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So for a response to that, can I ask Councillor Smith?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Walker, for the question. I do, however, find it rather ironic that Mr. Walker is blaming our MPs for destroying our precious Greenbelt when they've stood side by side with the residents and the Conservative group in opposing the inflated housing numbers foisted on this borough by the previous Labour administration. It's the previous administration and them alone that are responsible for the current and, by their own admission, third-rate borough plan. Our election manifesto last year promised we would start an immediate review of the borough plan and withdraw from the Memorandum of Understanding signed by the previous Labour administration that added an extra 4,000 houses from Coventry to our housing figure. And that was a promise we kept within weeks of taking control. If the Labour administration had kept their promise to carry out an immediate review of the plan on its adoption in 2019, we would now be nearing the end of that journey. Not only did we keep our manifesto promise, but we went further by writing to the Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities to request a moratorium on major development in the borough until the inflated Coventry housing figures were sorted out and our own plan was reviewed. Our three MPs fully supported this action and very actively lobbied the Secretary of State to try and get the resolution we were seeking. Unfortunately, despite the very active lobbying from all three of our MPs, the Secretary of State did not support our request. Following a recent cabinet reshuffle, we now have a new Secretary of State in place, and our leader has already raised the issue of Coventry's housing numbers with him. Our intention is to follow up this exchange with another letter setting out our case in the hope it'll be seen with fresh eyes. And we will, of course, be asking our MPs for ongoing support. In the meantime, we'll press on with the review as fast as we can to produce a sound local plan that's fit for purpose, that will see the right houses in the right places and will not include 4,000 houses from Coventry. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor. I think the next question that we have is from Mr. Sam Margrave. Again, that will be read out by the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is for the Leader of the Council. To the Leader of the Council and Chairman of the Civic Honours Subcommittee, today is Valentine's Day. John 15:13 says, "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends." In 2009, Sergeant Simon Valentine, aged just 29, gave the ultimate sacrifice for us all. My hometown of Bedworth is known as the town that never forgets, which I am sure every councillor and citizen is proud of, is still yet to name a street after our fallen hero. While an offer of naming an allotment has been made, other fallen heroes are almost always recognised by the naming of a street. Will the council revisit the offer of naming an allotment after Sergeant Valentine and instead commit to naming a street, or both, after one of Bedworth's greatest men, Sergeant Simon Valentine, on this Valentine's Day? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Brent. If I can ask Councillor Wilson as leader to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Mr. Margrave for his question. One of the priorities for this new Conservative administration is to revive civic pride within our borough. As part of this mission, we have set up a Civic Honours Subcommittee to look at all ways of reviving civic pride and how we can reward those in our community who have made a difference. At the first meeting of the subcommittee, we have begun the process of putting in place a policy that allows roads and buildings to be named after residents of our borough who have served with distinction. This will mainly overturn Labour's ban on honouring people while they are alive, but we are equally keen to honour those who have sadly passed. It is far easier to name a road than to rename a road, with the legislation surrounding it dating back to the 1920s, and some of it does appear to be archaic. But so long as the family's wishes are respected and there are no legal obstacles, I have absolutely no problem with naming a street after Sergeant Valentine, who made the ultimate sacrifice for Queen and country.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Wilson. Thank you. If we can now move on to the question from Mr. Andrew Crichton, the first one from him, which I believe is going to be read out by the Chief Executive again. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is, again, a question for the Leader of the Council. Recently, the ruling Conservative group announced plans to honour 5 former councillors with the position of aldermen, the first time this has occurred in decades. 8% of those announced are ex-Conservative councillors. Does the Leader of the Council agree with me that we should be honouring our nurses and key workers, not ex-politicians? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If I can ask the Leader of the Council to respond to that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Mr. Crichton for his question. It is pleasing to see that as Labour Party candidate and activist, he has taken an interest in honouring people in our community after decades of his party failing to do so when they ran this council. As I explained in my answer to Mr. Margrave, reviving civic pride in our borough is a fundamental part of building a better borough. Awarding the honorary alderman and women positions, and there is a woman, it's not just men, is a step forward to restoring that civic pride which was eroded by decades of Labour control of this council. Many councils still do this, including Labour-led Coventry City Council, which regularly makes these awards. And what of the ex-councillors we are looking to honour? They include people who have fought for Queen and country, spent decades fundraising for the Poppy Appeal and coordinating our Remembrance Sunday. They have also worked in the health service, advocating for patients across Nuneaton and Bedworth, and also involved in community safety. They have spent years as a local magistrate dispensing justice in the community they live in. They have represented Nuneaton and Bedworth on a national stage and brought inward investment and jobs to our constituents. And they have all been involved in championing the interests of local communities. I believe that those qualities are worthy of honouring by this council. And that is not all we are doing. At the same meeting, we have put forward 2 outstanding residents of Nuneaton and Bedworth for freedom of the borough. Garung has served Queen and Country, made Nuneaton his home, championed the Gurkha community in our town, and been involved in numerous community events. And we have Jean Whittaker, who has dedicated decades to fundraising for our local health service. Again, extremely worthy candidates for honouring by this council. Furthermore, we are devising a new award, the Nuneaton and Bedworth Award of Merit, that will put in place a permanent system of honouring distinguished members of our community. Work is underway to found this new award, and a policy will be brought to council in due course to approve. This is slightly more complicated, and rights are wrong that Labour perpetuated throughout decades of control. There was no formal award of this council to honour those in our community who made a difference. Conservatives under this administration are putting this right, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. The next question is also from Mr Crichton, but it was we don't allow people to ask more than one question normally at a council meeting, but this was deferred from a cabinet meeting. So, Brent, if you could read out the question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And this is a question for the portfolio holder for housing and communities. The local housing allowance rates fail to match the private rental market locally, leaving many residents who are unable to work having to dig into their meagre universal credit personal element to cover their rent. Discretionary housing payment can offer a temporary solution to this. Can the portfolio holder for housing confirm what percentage of the DHP budget for this financial year has gone to residents, and what steps the local authority will take to increase the take-up of DHP in the borough? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Brent. Can I ask Councillor Golby to respond to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So far this year, we've paid out almost £161,000 in DHP, of which £115,000, which is 72%, has gone into the private rental sector, with the remaining £46,000 to residents in the local authority sector. There's almost £75,000 remaining to be spent from our allocation, and the teams responsible for awarding the DHP always endeavour to spend the full allocation in every year, and this year is no exception. The works we are doing and have done to ensure that we get the message out are regular multi-departmental officer meetings such as benefits recovery, enforcement and housing, to establish customers who are in need of support. We're looking to restart work in the communities with our financial inclusion support officers to promote DHP alongside other financial assistance. We have updated our online application form for residents, which is much easier than previous ones. And we have a tenancy support officer whose role is to undertake casework with some of the more vulnerable tenants. Their work is not restricted purely to financial matters. However, as a part of the role, they do and can pick up on financial difficulties and engage with the financial inclusion support officers if needed. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. We have question 5 from Mrs Michelle Condacourt. Brent, if you could read that out, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And this is a question for the portfolio holder for housing and communities. Homelessness, unfortunately, continues to be a problem both locally and across the country, so the news of an additional homeless hostel is welcome. I am concerned, however, about the finances of this. In the agenda, it states at item 11D.6.3, with regard to the homeless hostel conversion, that a procurement exercise has been completed with tenders exceeding the budget provision. The spec is currently under review, and yet in Appendix E, no further money has been allocated for the conversion. There seems to have been very little scrutiny, if any, of the decision to purchase the property and the necessary funds that would be required for conversion. What scrutiny of the spec put out to tender was there by members? How is the portfolio holder going to prevent this from becoming another Gresham Road, where the original budget allowed was obviously inadequate for the level of specification required? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Brent. Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, first of all, I need to correct something that is incorrect, that we haven't bought a new property. This was an existing property. And what we did was we went to market with an idea of what we would like to do with that property. The tenders came back too much. We had a ballpark figure in our heads. It came back, didn't match. So we've gone away to rethink it. We've done this specifically to avoid another scenario where we start a project and then get leathered with costs. This is all part of a more corporate approach to things, which I will be discussing later on when I present my HRA budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. And the final question from members of the public is from Mr. Mike Wright, and that again will be read by Brent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question for the portfolio holder for planning and regulation. In 2020, the Council started a cross-party working group to update the public space protection orders in the Borough. These public space protection orders for begging control, highway car sales, alcohol and novel psychoactive substances were consulted on and were all then approved by Cabinet last year. Would the portfolio holder please explain which ones are now in force and the timescales for those that are now overdue? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Brent. Councillor Smith, please, if you'd like to respond.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Wright, for the question. These public space protection orders are important tools and enable us to effectively enforce to prevent antisocial behaviour and protect our public spaces being spoilt by the money, for the money, by what is probably just a few individuals. I'm very happy to let Mr. Wright know that the public space protection order for begging control is now active, and people may have already noticed the improvement when visiting our town centres. The orders in relation to alcohol and novel psychoactive substances are now also active and enforceable. And finally, the highway commercial car sales order is in the very final stages of preparation, and we're currently organising street signage to make commercial traders aware if they continue to present cars for sale on the side of the highway, they will be liable for fines of up to £1,000 per enforcement. I can confirm that this PSPO will be active from the 1st of March. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. That's very welcome news. So that brings us to the end of public participation by questions. Moves us on to 7. Item 7 being questions from members. The first one is Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could the leader please provide council with an update on the Bedworth Market trial in All Saints Square?
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Councillor Evans, for your question. At the election in May 2021, this administration stood on a promise that we would introduce a trial of having an outdoor market back in All Saints Square, Bedworth, after years of residents telling us on the doorsteps that this is what they would like to see. I am pleased to report that the trial is going well, Mr. Mayor, and as you will see from tonight's budget papers later on, we are proposing to extend this and also expand it to Tuesdays too. I have to thank both the community of Bedworth and the market traders who have supported this trial. It is through their support we can demonstrate that this policy is a success. We have 10 traders taking part in the outdoor market on a Friday, which equates to 20 stalls being used. There are 8 existing Bedworth traders and 2 new traders to the town who have been participating in the success of our trial. And the footfall figures in All Saints Square speak for themselves. The average footfall figures reveal that there were 1,160 new visits since the start of the trial and 2,436 repeat visits during the trial period, compared to the pre-trial period of 471 new visits and 1,290 repeat visits. In addition, our support for the indoor market continues too. During the trial period, there have been 187 new visits and 581 repeat visits, which compared to the pre-trial period of 128 new visits and 381 repeat visits. After years of Labour refusing to listen to residents in Bedworth who wanted to trial a return of the outdoor market to All Saints Square, it is this Conservative administration that has delivered on the people's wishes and made a success of it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. You have a supplementary question, by all means, Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Free parking in Bedworth Town Centre, a 50% reduction in rates for traders in Bedworth Market, the market now outside after public demand, £15 million from government to start regeneration in Bedworth Town Centre, and a shopfront enhancement scheme to support local businesses. Does the leader of the council agree with me that this Conservative council has achieved more for Bedworth Town Centre in 10 months than what Labour achieved in 40 years?
Councillor Wilson, you want to respond to that?
Quite simply, yes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. And I have been several times to the market, the new one. It's great. I'd encourage everyone else to. The next question we have is from Councillor Condacor.
Mr Mayor, this question's for the Cabinet Member for Housing and Communities. The council flats at Cleaver Gardens in Wellington were built in the 1970s. The roads and the pavements around Cleaver Gardens have been managed by the Borough Council ever since, but the Borough Council has the view that some of these should be the responsibility of the County Council. As a result, the Borough Council seems to have failed to properly maintain them or bring the pavements up to proper accessibility standards. In my view, they are now in an unsafe condition. The ping-pong of emails about whose responsibility has been going on for years without any progress. Will this council ensure the impasse does not drag on for another year, and that one of the councils will bring the roads and pavement up to a safe and accessible standard in 2022? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Golby, if you'd like to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I can't guarantee when it's going to end. I wish I could, but I can't. The problem we've got at the moment is it's similar to no man's land. We can't do anything because we don't see that we have a legal responsibility or any right to do anything, and the County Council have a similar view. We are at an impasse. However, there are conversations going on. It is an active discussion, and I am trying to get this resolved as quickly as possible. I cannot give you a time frame because I can't give you a time frame. It's as simple as that. So I cannot guarantee any time. It might be next week, it might be next year, it might not be. That is all I can say. And I have explained to you in previous public meetings that there are ongoing dialogues taking place. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor?
Thank you, Councillor Golby, for that answer. I think one important thing is to make them safe rather than who pays for it as far as the residents are concerned. So could we at least agree or try to get some agreement on doing urgent safety repairs at Cleaver Gardens and then working out the responsibility for costs as a longer run thing? I understand it may take a year or maybe 2 years to work out responsibility, but in the meantime I'm very frightened of my residents falling down the potholes or off some of the dodgy curbs. So I would ask if we could at least have some urgent work done, even if we actually have to sort of put to one side who actually eventually pays for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Golby, if you'd like to come back.
I think a good example of this would be, had you been at county, would they have allowed you to use your delegated budget? I think the answer is no, because they don't see it as being their responsibility. Unfortunately, we are in a position where I can't pay for works out of a budget if the land is not technically ours. We believe the land is not technically ours. Therefore, I cannot sign off a budget to spend any money on that land. I don't know how many times and in how many ways I need to explain this to you, but I am trying to get this sorted, and it will be sorted as soon as possible. That is all I can say at this moment in time.
Thank you, Councillor. Brings us on to the third and final question from members, and it's Councillor Beetham.
Thank you, Mayor. As a portfolio holder for finance and corporate services, you must be aware that under the previous Labour administration, the longest waiting time for responses for complaints at one point was 175 days. Even more concerning was the longest wait time for freedom of information requests, which got up to 218 days. This is not customer service that any resident should have to face, especially from their council. This was raised as a major concern at the Finance and Public Services Committee in July. The service level agreement for complaints is 10 days end to end. The service level agreement for Freedom of Information Act requests is 20 working days. Can the Cabinet member please confirm that this Conservative Council takes complaints seriously and endeavours to deal with them swiftly for residents? Could the portfolio holder also confirm that this Conservative Council is focused on openness and transparency with an aim to get information to those who request it promptly? If a Cabinet member could answer the above, as well as answer what actions this Conservative Council have taken in regards to improving customer service, and how many days on average a resident needs to currently wait in regards to complaints and freedom of information requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beetham. Councillor Croft, do you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Beetham for the question. I entirely agree with him. He's quite right to point out that customer service performance at this council has been poor for many years, with little explanation, as the OSP report showed. Every single year it would come to OSP and there would be no satisfactory explanation. I entirely agree with him that residents should be able to get the information and results they need from the council simply, quickly and easily, without having to raise it to the level of a complaint or apply to their councillor or their Member of Parliament for redress. So I can confirm that we made this a priority when we took office, not just because it would deliver a better service to the residents, but because we need accurate data to inform our policies. And I'm delighted to report tonight that the latest figures as presented to the Finance OSP demonstrate a huge difference in our customer service results. The number of complaints outside the 10 days he referred to dropped from 70 in October to 7 in January, despite a huge... and the number of FOIs outside the 20 days fell from 57 to 3 over the same period. To do this, we first of all needed to bring in proper staff, because we know we're understaffed at this authority, so we hired a customer experience officer at no extra cost to the budget, and he's done a magnificent work in clearing this backlog. Then we needed a change in culture across the council of focusing on results for the residents and proper engagement with customer services, because that team can only help people if the whole business cooperates with them. And finally, we needed the will and the drive to break out of the old habits, and I do want to publicly congratulate Director Tom Shardlow, John Sherratt and Gavin Orton for the fantastic work they've done, and the entire team. So, Mr Mayor, these three simple steps: proper resourcing, a customer-focused culture, and the will to achieve results has achieved this remarkable effort. And it's not rocket science, Mr Mayor, it's Conservative government in action. And our next steps are to begin formal monitoring of the content and the quality of customer service replies, so we can provide a better service to residents. And I can reveal to Councillor Beetham tonight that to that end, we are going to push as a council to achieve the CSE Customer Service Excellence qualification this year, or in the words of Director Shardlow, we'll die trying. And slowly but surely, Mr Mayor, we are sorting the place out. So watch this space, Mr Mayor. There is a lot more to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So we now move on to agenda item 8, special urgency decisions. There have been 2 special urgency decisions taken since the last council meeting. They're listed in the main agenda, page 4, and they are simply for noting. Okay. We can now move on to agenda item 9, the Cabinet report. This is questions only. Any member? Councillor Condical.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear me okay through this yet? I've got 2 questions. The first one is 8th of December Cabinet meeting item D, which was talking about the infrastructure funding statement. I was very concerned that the bypass line that's being proposed to go from the Coventry line to the Leicester line was included in this infrastructure delivery plan, because obviously that line actually disadvantages Nuneaton in that the new Coventry to Leicester service, if this line was built, would bypass Nuneaton station. I'm very concerned that this has been put in without any consultation, and can I ask if the Cabinet member will actually look at that, because we need good railway services, and you've added into this infrastructure thing at the Cabinet meeting this bypass line, which I know Marcus Jones was very concerned about as well. But I think we do need a discussion about it rather than it just being in our infrastructure. So can I get the undertaking of the Cabinet member to have a look at that? Thank you.
I'm not sure there was a question in there other than who would like to respond to that? Councillor Smith, thank you.
Yeah, I'll come back quickly, Mr Mayor, and just confirm I will have a look at that, and I'll contact Councillor Condacor outside of this meeting to discuss it further.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Any other questions? Councillor Shepherd?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My item read things in terms of the Civic Honours Subcommittee, and I would like to ask the Cabinet member whether there will be a criteria set for ex-councillors, because there doesn't seem to be one at the moment. I have asked an officer what the criteria was, I've had no response. And whether Mrs Solomon Varaji, Abida as she's commonly known in the community, will be also included in the honours list, as she's received an MBE in the New Year's honours list for voluntary and community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Croft, if you'd like to respond.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll respond to that because I know that the leader is the chairman of the committee, but it's my portfolio. The first one is that the committee will set the criteria for honours and discuss all candidates that are suggested to it. So that is what the committee exists to do. We haven't got that far yet because there's still a lot of work to do in terms of scoping exercises on the committee. And Mr Mayor, the whole point is that the committee will be there to discuss names that are nominated to it. The public will be able to submit names, the members of Parliament will be able to submit names, and members will be able to submit names, and community groups. That is the point. It is to recognise people who have served the community, which is why, for example, the Leader of the Opposition is a member of the committee. So if the Councillor Shepherd has a name that she would like to recommend to it, she can either submit the name herself or ask her good colleague, Councillor Watkins, Leader of the Opposition, to bring it up at the committee, and we'll discuss it. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. Councillor Shepherd, you wanted to come back?
Apologise for the slowness. I've got a dodgy knee at the moment. Thank you. In regard to Councillor Croft's comments, I am a little concerned that you've then nominated 5 ex-councillors with no criteria behind it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillor? Councillor Condacor?
Thank you very much, Chair. This is on the West Midlands Combined Authority item, which is on the back page, it's 4th bullet point. Seek to endorse an approach about the new West Midlands Transport Plan. And I don't know if the leader's the one that's been going to these West Midlands Combined Authority meetings, but I think it's very important that this new combined West Midlands plan includes Stockingford Station. I know the plan will include stations on the Fort Dunlop line, and so can I ask the leader if he's been to these meetings for the new local transport plan, and if we will be pushing for Stockingford Station to be included in the wider West Midlands plan. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am pleased to confirm that bar one meeting where I was actually down with COVID, either myself or Councillor Smith have attended all meetings that this authority is due to sit on, both on the main board and on the Housing and Delivery Board. Stockingford Station has not been mentioned as a strategic decision for the West Midlands Combined Authority. The bigger strategic decision, in my view, is the upgrade of Nuneaton station and the transport hub, which has been identified as part of transforming Nuneaton. That is now part of Network Rail, or whatever it decides to call itself now. We have finally managed to get that into its long-term plan about a transport hub at the train station. And I am extremely active in trying to engage with the West Midlands Combined Authority, unlike my predecessors. And I can confirm that I have managed to arrange a visit from the Chief Executive, Laura Shove, who will be visiting us next Friday, where myself and officers are extremely excited. Oh, it's this, sorry, I was thinking, it's this Friday even. Just goes to show how quickly time passes by. This Friday, we are having Laura Shove visit us, and we will be looking at trying to showcase Nuneaton and Bedworth, the opportunities for West Midlands Combined Authority assistance and joint working, and we are looking forward to playing our full part in the Combined Authority, which the previous administration did not do.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson, and I'm sure the Chief Executive will be very welcome. Councillor Evans, you indicated.
I did, Mr Mayor. In relation to item 2D, the infrastructure delivery plan, the points raised by Councillor Kandaka form part of the proposal submitted to the Department for Transport by Midlands Connect, which is a DFT Quango. Where Councillor Kandaka is concerned about the proposals in effect bypassing Nuneaton, I'm incredibly concerned that the proposal submitted by Midlands Connect actually will not provide a stop-off service at Bedworth. I don't believe it's right that residents in Bedworth should be discriminated against. They too should deserve a direct service to Leicester. So will the Cabinet member note my concern and raise that with officers?
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Smith?
Just to say, I will note your concern and have another conversation with yourself to sort out our approach to that issue.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Councillor Condicord, did you indicate again, or?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to come back on what Councillor Wilson said, because I'm pleased he's got the meeting with the people on Friday from the thing, and I do ask, can you raise Stockingford Station? Because to get people commuting by train and reducing air pollution, we want them to get on in Stockingford and off in Weddington, side of Nuneaton, or vice versa. So actually, both are needed to actually get active travel. Thank you.
Right, I think that's... Councillor Wilson, do you want to come back on that?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. As former County Councillor Condicorn knows, transport is actually the purview of the County Council. We can certainly raise it as an issue, but we have a very packed agenda for Laura Shove to see, including Nuneaton and Bedworth. If there is an opportunity to include Stockingford, then we will do so. However, our priority must be the transport hub at Nuneaton train station, which would also potentially bring the much requested secondary access on the other side of the bridge, which he has so frequently championed but had no success so far.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's the end of questions on the Cabinet report. So we'll move on to... there was no one else indicated? No. So agenda item 10 then. This is to identify, really, the election of a mayor and deputy mayor designate. We don't actually elect the mayor and deputy mayor for the following municipal year. Right now, that's done at the full council, but it's to identify the designate ones. So can I invite nominations for the office of mayor for the municipal year 2022 to 2023? Councillor Wilson.
Mr Mayor, I thought you were doing it as his ward colleague.
Okay,
but
I'm very happy to nominate from the chair my deputy, Councillor Jeff Clark, who's been very able as the deputy this year, not just as mayor, but also, as you say, as my ward colleague. Yeah, I would thank you to second that.
I am more than happy to second that, Mr Mayor, and I will reserve my stories about Councillor Clark's exploits until the annual mayor-making ceremony itself.
Okay, I was just wondering, I was going to ask you whether we should have a flavour of that now, but No, we'll spare his blushes. So that's great. Right. Any other nominations? Councillor Sargent.
Can I nominate Councillor Condacor?
Is there a seconder for that?
I'll second Councillor Condacor.
Thank you. And Councillor Shepherd. Councillor J. Shepherd.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Chris Watkins.
And is there a seconder for that?
I'll second that, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, so more than 5 have stood up, so we will have a recorded vote on this. Actually, isn't it easier with a show of... Just trying to think. I'll take some advice, bear with me. So what we will do is a recorded vote. We're just going to ask for people if they want to say if they are in favour. If they're in favour, please just indicate, and we'll go through them one at a time. First of all, for Councillor Jeff Clark, then Councillor Condacor, and then Councillor Watkins. So, Brent, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you could indicate whether you're for, against, or which you abstain when I call your name out, please. Councillor Beetham. And we're voting on the basis of Councillor Clark to be nominated as Mayor. So, Councillor Beetham. Thank you. Councillor Brown. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Croft. Councillor Govetkovich. Councillor Downs. Councillor Evans. Councillor Golby. Councillor Gutteridge. Councillor Hammersley. Councillor Harbison is apologies this evening. Councillor Hartshorn. Councillor Hocking. Councillor Kennett. Councillor Condacor. Councillor Llewellyn Nash. Councillor Markham. Councillor Pandair. Councillor Baxter Payne. Councillor Phillips. Has left the meeting. Thank you. Councillor Rudkin is not with us tonight. Councillor Sargent. Councillor A. Sargent. Councillor J. Sargent. Sorry. Councillor J. Shepherd. Councillor T. Shepherd. Councillor Singh. Councillor Smith. Councillor Tromans. Mandy M. Tromans, thank you. Councillor R. Tromans. Councillor Walmsley is not with us this evening. Councillor Walsh. Councillor Watkins. And Councillor Wilson. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that's 23 votes for Councillor Clark. Yes, we need to have a recorded vote on each one.
So that's 23 votes for Councillor Clark. We'll now move to votes for Councillor Condacor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again...
It's only those members who haven't really voted now, because all of those who voted for have voted. So it's now only those that didn't really vote, the ones that voted against, who now need to vote.
Right, so all those that have voted for, you've registered with who you want to have as mayor, so we will now just ask those who voted against or abstained if they want to vote for Councillor Condacor. Point of order? My understanding is it's not. I will double check that with the legal officer. No. No, that's an emphatic no, it is not possible to vote for more than one candidate. That's democracy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you could indicate in terms of Councillor Condacor of those councillors that didn't vote for Councillor Clark as to do it, whether or not you wish Councillor Condacor to be nominated for the position of Mayor Designate. So Councillor Hocking. Councillor Condacor. Councillor A. Sargent. Councillor J. Sargent. Councillor J. Shepherd. And Councillor T. Shepherd. And then finally Councillor Watkins. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, so that was no votes. We will now take the votes for Councillor Watkins. For those people who haven't already indicated a preference, if you can run through that, Brent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. Councillor Hocking. Councillor Condacor. Councillor A. Sargent. Councillor J. Sargent. Councillor J. Shepherd. Councillor T. Shepherd. And Councillor Watkins. Six votes for Councillor Watkins. So therefore.
So that's 6 votes for Councillor Watkins, but obviously Councillor Clark got the most votes and so is duly elected as Mayor Designate for the mayoral year 2022-23. So now I wish to seek nominations for the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Evans.
It's magic. Right, so yes, I would like to propose my ward colleague, Councillor Walsh, for the position of Deputy Mayor, and I won't subject him to any embarrassing stories from his dear wife at this meeting. However, what I will say is he has been at the heart of the Bedworth community for many decades as a group scout leader at 4th Bedworth Scouts, and also I don't think chairing meetings is going to be a problem because I think he's probably chaired hundreds of governor meetings at Raceleys and Ash Green for many decades, so having to deal with 34 councillors shouldn't be a problem. So I'd like to formally propose Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Is there a second for Councillor Walsh? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm honoured and proud to second my great friend, Councillor Walsh, there as a position of Deputy Mayor for the forthcoming municipal year. Thank you.
Are there any other nominations? Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to nominate Councillor Neil Phillips, Deputy Mayor.
Any other nominations? Right. We need a seconder for that. Councillor J. Shepherd. In that case, we will move to a straightforward show of hands. If I can ask those to show in favour of, we'll do it in alphabetical order, so Councillor Phillips. All those in favour of Councillor Phillips? It's 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 6. Yeah. And all those in favour of Councillor Walsh? Being the deputy lead. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I think that's 24. Right, so Councillor Walsh, 24 to 6. You are duly elected as Deputy Mayor Designate. I believe we're on to agenda item 11 now. Recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. So, 11A, Local Development Scheme. Councillor Smith, would you like to move this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the approval of the updated Local Development Scheme. Every council has a statutory duty to maintain and keep up to date a local development scheme. This is the published timetable for progressing the development plan documents. The existing local development scheme was adopted in September 2020 and it's now in need of updating. Council is being asked to approve the updated local development scheme as per the detail in the report. The main update concerns the Borough Plan Review timetable. This timetable was fixed early last year. However, following the initial issues and options consultation, which took place in June, it became clear that going from that consultation stage straight to a final publication in January 2022 would present significant risks in ensuring that all necessary evidence is in place. So it's proposed that an additional preferred option stage of consultation is added to the programme. This will not only allow a greater opportunity for public engagement, but it will also allow the council to make sure that all the necessary evidence is in place to ensure the soundness and legal compliance of the plan when it's examined by the Government Planning Inspector. Included in this evidence will be the Housing and Economic Development Needs Assessment, or the HEDNA, which will inform the borough's up-to-date housing need and will be available later this year when it's been adjusted to reflect the outputs of the recent census. No changes proposed to the timescales for the Gypsy and Traveller DPD timetable. The updated Gypsy and Traveller accommodation assessment indicated a reduced need for pitches compared to the existing borough plan requirement, which was 43. The updated requirement up to 2037 is just 16 residential pitches, plus 4 pitches to meet the cultural need in the borough. The assessment also indicated there's a potential for an additional 11 to 13 pitches across the borough through site expansion or site intensification. I can confirm that having completed further work on this element, we've now identified space for 15 pitches, which on adoption will result in the borough having no unmet need for Gypsy and Traveller sites. An adopted Gypsy and Traveller site allocations DPD will help the council demonstrate that it's actively planning for Gypsy and Traveller needs in the borough. The updated local development scheme also proposes the strategy for redeveloping the town centres is progressed as a supplementary planning document, as opposed to an area action plan. This SPD would provide the town centre policies in the same way as the area action plan. However, there are additional benefits of progressing it as an SPD. Namely, a saving of £50,000, which would be the cost of an independent examination of the area action plan that will no longer be required. The SPD could be progressed alongside the borough plan review work and reflect the more up-to-date evidence. There's less officer time required to produce an SPD, and the process for an SPD is quicker than that needed for an area action plan. I therefore propose the recommendations as set out in the report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Is there a seconder? Councillor Markham? In that case, any councillor wish to speak? Councillor Condacall?
Chair, this local development plan timetable is truly a dreadful letdown of the promises made in the local elections. If people look on page 46, they will clearly see we're taking the slow track to reviewing the borough plan. 2024 best case now, whereas the previous version was 2023. It is obvious that the population of Coventry is wrong, probably by 20 to 30,000, and obviously that will come out when the census is produced. But we already know from data provided as administrative data that the Coventry population has been overestimated by 16,000. And if you take 16,000 divided into houses, you've got a pretty near 7,000 too many houses in the plan at the moment. So we can clearly have an accelerated review of the plan if only the council had the commitment to put the money and the time in to doing it in 1 year rather than 2. This plan needs reviewing. It makes absolutely no sense, and our countryside is at risk from developers saying we're not building fast enough when we can never build fast enough for this fictitious population that doesn't exist in Coventry. Coventry clearly has been growing. It's been growing with students, but it has not been growing at the ridiculous rates has been predicted in some of the planning documents. And these are now clearly wrong. We've had a review from the Office of Statistical Regulation about the ONS statistics, and it's clear that they're not right, the statistics on which the Coventry plan was based, and we need to get this borough plan reviewed as soon as physically possible. It doesn't actually cost us more money to do it quickly, it just means spending the money quicker and then having it over with. At the moment we're doing gypsy stuff and all sorts of other plans, but we're not doing the thing the Borough Council's Tories were elected on, which is quickly reviewing the plan. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. For a councillor who supposedly is against global warming, I've heard nothing but hot air in that speech. Let us not forget that Councillor Condacall is the councillor who stood on a platform in 2012 when he was first elected to stop all the developments in Weddington. And what has happened? They've been built. He stopped nothing. He's achieved nothing in all that time as a councillor, and he's criticising us, the barefaced cheek of it, for not doing anything. We put out the consultation within 8 weeks of us taking control, something which was delayed by 3 years by the party opposite, a party opposite which seems to be supporting him nowadays rather than actually contesting against the Greens. We have an issue here, Mr. Mayor, that we have to have between 15 and 16 additional reports to make any review sound. Does Councillor Condacall seriously suggest we should put forward a reviewed borough plan that does not have up-to-date information, which would be thrown out summarily by any inspector if we do not have that information? That is the consequence of what he is suggesting, Mr. Mayor. And it will cost us hundreds of thousands of pounds to put his suggestions right. He is saying it doesn't cost us any more money. He's wrong, Mr. Mayor. It would cost us over £250,000 to actually bring those reports from external sources because we don't have the capacity in-house to do those reports. Where's he going to get the money from, Mr. Mayor? He has no answers. He only has critiques, but he has no answers to the solution to the problems facing our borough, and that is why he will never be anywhere near power. He'll always be carping from the sidelines. It is this authority, this Conservative administration, which is righting the wrongs of the party opposite. They were told in 2019 that we needed to have a review by 2023. What did they do, Mr. Mayor? They dithered and delayed. There was no consultation on any review of the borough plan, but we did it within 8 weeks because we moved heaven and earth to do so, Mr. Mayor. Now, as part of the timeline, yes, I would like it accelerated. but I'm also a responsible leader of this council, and if I can't afford it, then I can't do it. So I would be intrigued to see in the budget debate later, Mr Mayor, exactly what his proposal is for funding the £250,000 he wants us to spend. Now, Councillor Smith has put into the proposed timeline an additional consultation with the residents, a consultation we don't have to have. But I stood on that side of the chamber criticising the then Labour Party for not consulting with residents enough. I believe that we should be consulting with those residents. Do we have to do it? No, it's not required by statute or any of the regulations. But it is far better to try and bring residents along with us on this journey than what was imposed on them under the previous administration. So if it means that we have a slight delay because we are going out to consult with the residents again, I think that should make a better review of the borough plan and something better to submit to the inspector. So yet again, Mr Mayor, we have a Green councillor who talks the talk but cannot walk the walk. And that is why I will be supporting this, Mr Mayor, because it does what it says on the tin. It gets our review done, unlike the 3 years of dithering delay we had under the party opposite.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any other member? No. In that case, we will move to the vote. All those in favour? We got that. And against? Any abstentions? Nope. Right, so that's passed. It's carried, and we will now move on to item 11B, Local Enforcement Plan, Planning Adoption. Councillor Smith.
Thank you again, Mr Mayor. This report seeks council approval to adopt a local enforcement plan for planning. We've not had a plan in place for planning enforcement, which means there's a lack of transparency over how we deliver our planning enforcement service. Fair and effective enforcement is an important part of the planning process, and as a planning authority we need a clear plan and guidelines that demonstrate how we'll carry out our enforcement duties in a fair and equitable way. While the adoption of the plan is not a statutory requirement, it's good practice to have one in place. This plan clearly sets out the enforcement objectives and priorities, as well as the approach to dealing with different planning enforcement activities. Council will be aware we consulted on a draft plan for 12 weeks last year. There are some minor amendments arising from the consultation. Other than that, the plan is very much aligned with the version Cabinet previously agreed for public consultation. So I propose the recommendation as printed in the report. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. A seconder for that, please. Councillor Guttridge. Any member. Councillor Condicle.
Chair, I'm really keen we do have an enforcement plan, and there's lots of merit in this enforcement plan, but there's also bits where it's not strong enough. We really need people to know that people should get planning permission before they do stuff. We need a good planning department that tells people and gives advice, which I think they do in the most part. If people ring up and say, do I need permission to build this sort of garage or that sort of extension? But it needs to have teeth as well. And this council historically has very rarely used council enforcement powers. If you get the quarterly and annual tables of enforcement, you see Rugby, Stratford, you see all the different councils, and you see this council taking enforcement action maybe once a year if it feels like it. So it is really important that we get better over enforcement. That not only needs a plan that is actually saying we will take enforcement action, but it also needs the officers to do the work. We have had some officers that have been quite good at chasing stuff up, but they've been under-resourced, and we lost one of our good planning enforcement officers recently. So I really do ask that we come back with a stronger plan and actually don't say we need to save money, we won't enforce planning, because that is a backward step. As Conservatives, I hope you want to conserve the countryside, and the Conservatives with a small c is about the environment and things, I'm sure. But the Conservative with a big C is we don't want to spend too much money and we'll let people do what they want, as long as it's not significant harm. There's quite a few phrases in here which are open to interpretation. So I do hope we come back with a stronger plan and we actually properly enforce and fund planning enforcement, because far too often developers have done what they want. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, Councillor Smith, if you want to respond, thank you.
Yes, I would like to respond to that load of rubbish. We have a plan. It's a good plan. We don't need to have that plan, but we've put one in place because it's good practice. We are about enforcement. We're not about saving money. And we have a strong team in place now. It has been a bit understaffed, but we're now in a good place. And unlike our predecessors, we will be rigorously supporting this document with strong enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. In that case, as there's no one else indicated, we will move to the vote. All those in favour, please indicate. Anyone against? Just one. Any abstentions? Nope. That's it. Thank you very much. If we can now move on to agenda item 11C, supplementary planning documents, adoption of transport demand matters, parking standards, SPD. Again, Councillor Smith, busy night.
Yeah, very busy night. This is the last one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council was asked to approve the adoption of 2 supplementary planning documents. The first in relation to the parking standards, and secondly, the conservation area appraisals and management plan. I won't go into a lot of detail other than to state that these SPDs will greatly aid the planning committee when determining planning applications. Currently, our parking standards are out of date and can't be used when determining applications. In effect, we have no parking standards in place, which I know from my own personal experience on the planning committee can be a bit of a problem. The adoption of the conservation area appraisals and management plan SPDs will help ensure that there's an up-to-date appraisal of the conservation areas and formalised proposal for their future management. The adoption of the SPDs also means they will become a material planning consideration and can be used as a basis for assessing any planning applications that may impact on conservation areas. I therefore move the recommendation as printed in the report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconder for that, please. Councillor Brown. Councillor Evans, you wanted to...
Unlike Councillor Kandaka, I'm not going to spend hours on this item. I just wanted to make a very brief point about supplementary planning documents. And as the Cabinet member will know, I think we probably have about 30 supplementary planning documents. Every strategic allocation within the borough plan has a SPD. And I wanted to make specific reference to the SPD for allocation HSG4 in the borough plan. Before the election, I was saying to the then Cabinet member, I felt that the SPD urgently need to be reviewed. And I'd make that same plea to Councillor Smith tonight, because I raised concerns at the time to the Cabinet member, Councillor Neil Phillips, about Judd Close being included in that SPD as a main entrance onto HSG4. And I asked Councillor Phillips at the time to meet me, and he basically outright refused to meet me, and he didn't take the matter on board. So I would hope that the Cabinet member would consider urgently reviewing some of the more contentious SPDs for allocations like HSG4 within the next few months.
If you want to come back on that first, Councillor Smith, and then I'll take Councillor Condegor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So Councillor Condegor, we'll wrap them all up together if you want to make your point.
Thank you, Chair. This SPD on particular transport demand matters is really important, and I support this document because we do need to get the demand management right on a lot of our sites. My wife chairs the Cycle Forum, and there's been a lot of things wrong with cycling, for example, in the past. People have built cycle racks that have been so close to a wall you can't chain your bike because your front wheel in the wrong place. So having these design standards are really, really important, and I do support them. One thing I would ask, particularly with the trying to get people from new developments to walk and cycle and get buses, is we actually enforce them, and particularly we've had a big problem with bus stops not being provided for new developments. There's one on the Wenton Road where the County Council have failed to provide a bus stop. There's the one on the Long Shoot where they're currently doing the Section 278 works, where the County Council is trying to move the bus stop 120 metres down the road. So while I support all this stuff, and particularly demand management SPD, we do need to actually make sure when it comes to planning that this document's taken off the wall, or off the bookshelf, and actually had a look at, because it does actually contain some good stuff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No one else has indicated, so Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to come back to Councillor Evans, as part of the Borough Plan review process, there is work underway to review all of the sites. We've done a call for sites, so we're looking at not just the allocated sites that are in the current borough plan, but potential other sites. So there's a whole review of that going on, and as part of that we will be looking at the SPDs. So yes, I can confirm. I have nothing to come back to Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. No one else having indicated, we will move to the vote. All those in favour, please indicate. That is unanimous. Thank you. So that brings us on to agenda item 11D, the General Fund Revenue Capital Budgets 2022-2023. For people watching at home, this is the main budget for the forthcoming year. And Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before Councillor Croft moves the item, can I move a suspension of Procedure Rule 4.13.4, I believe it is, which would to enable the proposer, the seconder and the Leader of the Opposition to speak without being on the clock. Thank you very much.
I think everybody wants to hear what all sides have got to say. I'm very happy to use mayoral discretion on that, so we won't be on the clock on that. So Chris, you can speak for as long as you like on it. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Croft.
Right. With apologies to members and officers, this will be a long one, but it is only once a year, and I've got a lot to say. Mr. Mayor, I move the resolutions that stand in my name on the agenda, item 11D, the General Fund Revenue and Capital Budgets for 22-23. Mr. Mayor, it's just 9 months since the people of Nuneaton and Bedworth elected a Conservative council with a landslide majority for the first time in our history. They did so at a time of severe crisis in the life of our borough, crisis affecting our finances, our economy, our civic pride, and our public health. It was with good reason then that in presenting the emergency budget of June last year, I said that this was a time for greatness in planning for our future. I can report tonight that we have delivered on that commitment. We have shown the people of this borough that their trust in us was well-founded. This budget consolidates and builds on what we have already achieved, but Mr. Mayor, it aims to do much, much more than that. Because Nuneaton and Bedworth has reached a moment in its history when it faces an historic opportunity. And to ensure this opportunity does not pass us by, this budget has 6 great tasks. The first and the most urgent is to balance the books, as we are required by law to do, put the finances of the council on a sustainable footing, and get the best deal for the taxpayer. The second task is to support recovery in our local economy, to keep our town centres and our businesses going through the hard times that now face the nation. The third is to invest in lifting up the condition of our people and giving them opportunities to improve their own lives. The fourth is to ensure that we continue this revival of civic pride in our communities. The fifth task is ensuring the regeneration of our borough is finally delivered. And finally, the sixth task is the reform of this council itself, so that we can provide the right leadership and good government in the 2020s and beyond. In meeting these objectives, this budget works to achieve the Conservative vision for Nuneaton and Bedworth, a borough that is united, prosperous, regenerated, cleaner, healthier, safer and freer. To avoid the fate of decay and decline, there is no other path open to us. First, Mr. Mayor, let me consider what we have achieved so far since we took office in May of last year. We introduced our Economic Action Plan, which slashed car parking charges and market rents to kickstart our COVID recovery. We invested in our town centres, instituting deep cleans, purchasing new Christmas lights, new litter bins, benches and advertising hoardings from the Welcome Back Fund. We rolled out a wide-ranging programme of business support grants to help our local firms and entrepreneurs through the hardships of the pandemic. We funded new nomad and fly-tipping cameras to keep our residents safe and our environment clean. We began to upgrade our children's play areas after years of neglect by the Labour Party. We instituted a rolling programme of £5,000 refurbishments for each independent living complex in the HRA. We began to rationalise our council by restructuring management, cutting out waste, scrapping perks like the mayoral car, and the paper In Touch magazine. We finally began the transformation of our towns, starting with the museum regeneration project, and succeeded in a fantastic levelling up fund bid for Bedworth Leisure Centre. And we've done it all in just 9 months, Mr. Mayor. This progress is even more remarkable given the inheritance we received from the Labour Party. We have had to correct for decades of mismanagement a council with no strategy, no structure, and no competitiveness on pay in many areas. We had to fill the black holes in the budget, £500,000 in the promised ARG allocation, another £500,000 in the Luff bid for Bedworth, the £1.5 million structural deficit in the base budget, and the failure to demand comprehensive medium-term financial plans. We had to contend with a legacy of bad project management and wastes of public money on Gresham Road and Eaton House. We found a borough whose town centres had suffered under Labour's high tax, anti-business neglect for decades. Wrenching our borough out of this cycle of decay and decline and despair is the task that we have dedicated ourselves to. So, Mr. Mayor, our first priority in this budget was to balance the books and get the council's finances under control. Unlike the national government, and I should make this clear to any resident listening, every local authority general fund budget has to be balanced in law and signed off as sustainable. Now, the base budget we presented to Cabinet in December had a deficit in it of £1.5 million. That was a legacy deficit under the plans of the previous administration. As part of our subsequent policy making, we have identified a further £2.2 million of additional spend pressures. Therefore, this budget has had to close a gap of £3.7 million out of a budget of around £17 million to achieve balance. More than this, because of the lack of medium-term planning, we face the prospect of a further structural deficit of £2.2 million next year and £1.8 million in 2024. Much of this year's extra pressure was due to the economic impact of the pandemic, but also because tough decisions had not been taken and because plans were unrealistic. For example, our more realistic projections now show that £279,000 of planning fees will not be delivered this year. It was never going to happen. And that commercial rents will be lower, that insurance costs will increase, and that, for example, bank charges will be higher because we're moving to an online world. And while we have prudently engaged in fixed price contracts and forward purchasing where we can, inflation is now back in the world economy, so we can expect our costs to increase further in the future, Mr. Mayor. In light of this grave situation, we took a radical and zero-based approach. We decided that we would develop a budget not just for this year, but with an eye to future years. We instituted a robust savings programme. We commenced a round of tough budget challenge sessions. We were hard-headed in our assessments. As a result, we have delivered savings and income opportunities of £2.1 million in this budget. It is never popular to make savings, Mr. Mayor. But if we cannot meet this challenge, then we could not succeed in any of our other policies of regeneration and revival. At the election in May, we promised to review back office functions before frontline services. So it's only right and proper that we've identified a large proportion of savings from my own portfolio of corporate affairs. We have targeted those areas where there is duplication across council functions and where rationalisation and centralisation can deliver a better service at less cost to the taxpayer. For example, we've moved to a more bespoke customer service arrangement, and we've increased our emphasis on shared services. We've reviewed the way that we recharge the HRA and proposed a charging settlement that is fairer, better reflects the work done, and assists our budget position. And I'd like to give my thanks to Councillor Golby for assisting with that. We've reassessed our charging structure for services so that to more competitive levels, so the taxpayer gets a better return on their investments. We will have to make economies by deleting some vacant posts, by disposing of unnecessary assets, and discontinuing those areas where council is overstretched. For example, pest control is already provided on the private market. Council does not need to perform that function. And the advantage of so many of these savings is that they are cumulative. They will build up over the years, and once we've banked a saving, it helps our long-term prospects. Mr. Mayor, I did want to mention the Bedworth Civic Hall because I know there has been some comment on it. Now, the NHS has asked us, to extend their use of it as a vaccination centre until 2023, because as I understand it, the venue is perfect for their needs. Quite apart from the fact that this makes a £200,000 saving to the general fund, this will keep open a crucial medical venue. How many people are alive today because they got their vaccine at the Civic Hall? How many more lives will be saved in the next 12 months? Of course, we want to see a thriving arts and entertainment venue in Bedworth, Mr. Mayor. We are transforming Bedworth in the years to come. But if the call in the next 12 months is to close a medical centre for the sake of entertainment, then I make no apologies for utterly rejecting that, Mr. Mayor. We have also been greatly assisted by the Conservative government. And I can reveal to the public, Mr. Mayor, that last autumn, myself and the Leader of the Council lobbied the Minister of State, presenting our case for financial support for district councils and for the special issues here in Nuneaton and Bedworth. And I know that our Member of Parliament, Marcus Jones, lobbied as well. And I'm delighted to say that the government has listened. And we have been awarded nearly £800,000 as part of the local authority finance settlement, which is considerably more than we were expecting, including extra new homes bonus and lower tier services grant. Now, Mr. Mayor, in addition to these measures, the borough precept for council tax will rise by 1.99%, or £4.85 on a Band D property, which we believe is the minimum realistic and prudent level that we can get away with. That is substantially below the current rate of inflation and lower than the tax rises under Labour, given it was their habit to put it up by the full amount each year. And all the same, Mr. Mayor, I will put it on record that to raise taxes in this way is against every instinct in me, because I truly believe that people ought to be able to keep their own money. But the financial situation that faces us cannot simply be wished away. We cannot pretend that these deficits do not exist. We could not freeze or lower tax this year without substantial cuts to service or further charges being imposed elsewhere. And in addition, Mr. Mayor, thanks to the Chancellor's announcement over a week ago, the council tax rebate for bands A to D will bring into the taxpayers of this borough in aggregate somewhere in the region of £8 million, which I sincerely hope will ease their burdens this year. So, Mr. Mayor, as a result of these efforts, and I've gone into some detail, we have balanced the budget for 2022 and substantially improved our medium-term financial position. I can confirm to Council tonight that we are back in the black and we are back on track. Under our new plans, by 2024, the base budget will have returned to surplus. And rather than £1.8 million deficit we were projecting just 4 months ago. This is undoubtedly a great improvement in our position since I warned the Cabinet last December that our borough risked falling to the status of a banana republic if we couldn't balance our budget. Our next steps will be to develop a new, detailed, medium-term financial strategy this summer to give us a clear roadmap for the years ahead. And Mr. Mayor, as we have balanced this budget, we have been acutely aware that government has no money of its own. It has only that money which it takes from people in taxes. Government borrowing, even where it is lawful, is just delayed taxes. Therefore, the pathway to prosperity and success is in encouraging business and enterprise, and that is what we have set out to do. So our second priority is ensuring economic recovery, both from our long-term decline and from the crisis of the COVID pandemic. We've already given over £3 million of business rates to our businesses over the past 12 months. And the key plank of our emergency budget in June was our temporary cut in car parking rates to provide economic stimulus to our towns. Now, there was some measure of debate, Mr. Mayor, 8 months ago, but no one who has seen the crowds in our streets can deny that this has been a success in driving footfall. And the numbers bear this out. In the 4 months to December 2021, the council matched the income from the previous financial year despite the lower price, which means that ticket sales have increased. Now, the policies we introduced in June of last year were always a temporary measure to help our businesses through the worst of the emergency. Now that the initial period of stimulus is over, our strategy for 2022 seeks to balance financial sustainability with the continuing need to drive footfall. So I can announce tonight that the new minimum rate for council car parks from 1st of April will be £1.50 for 3 hours. This is a substantial reduction for shoppers from the old Labour rate of £2.80 for 3 hours. We believe this is more affordable and competitive than previous rates and meets the criteria of encouraging more shoppers to stay and support our town centres. Now, Mr. Mayor, we supported our markets through the worst of COVID with a temporary offer of free rent for our permanent traders funded by government grant monies. Now that these government grant monies are finishing, we can't go back to the old system where rates were just too high, especially on the Nuneaton market. So I'm announcing tonight a new schedule of fees for market traders across Nuneaton and Bedworth. On Wednesdays, the rent for regular Nuneaton traders will reduce from £32.70 to £27.50 per stall, and casual traders from £36 to £31 per stall. On Saturdays, the rent will reduce from £36.10 to £28.50 for regular traders and from £41 to £32 for casuals. These are much more competitive prices, Mr. Mayor, and will help reduce the cost of doing business for our traders. Now, in Bedworth, as Councillor Wilson has already eloquently explained this evening, our trial of holding an outdoor market has been a tremendous success, even through the winter months. So I can also confirm that the Bedworth market will remain in All Saints Square on Tuesdays and Fridays at a projected cost of £34,000 equivalent per annum. Now, to help pay for this, we will be adjusting the market rents in Bedworth, and the indoor market fee will increase from £8.20 to £9 for regular stalls and to £10 for casuals. This is still one of the most competitive market rates out there. We will also be introducing a new option for stall holders to self-assemble. I'm going to call it self-assemble. Councillor Wilson will call it something else in the outdoor square at a rate of £10 for regular traders and £17 for casual traders. Now, we are very aware that we operate in the real world of economics, Mr. Mayor. Therefore, this scheme will be enacted for 6 months rather than the full year to allow us to monitor our income and costs, and will then be reassessed and reprofiled in the autumn. Mr. Mayor, we Conservatives have shown that we are emphatically pro-business and pro-enterprise. Our policies will not only improve our local economy, but in the long run will improve our budget as we increase our business rates and commercial rents intake. More than this, a prosperous business environment is not just good economic policy, it is good social policy. Because we Conservatives know that the best welfare system ever devised is a stable family and a steady job. Therefore, I can announce tonight that we will be creating a new youth employment scheme to be funded from New Burdens funding and administered through our financial inclusion team. Full details of this scheme will be announced in due course, but will be based on similar initiatives at many other councils, including Lewisham, which is where I stole the idea from. In broad outline, the council will sign up local businesses to create short-term job placements for young people with the potential for longer-term contracts and help with training and feedback included. This scheme will be open for general registration, but also take advantage of the extensive contacts we have developed through our business grants policies. I'll confess, Mr. Mayor, that this scheme is particularly important to me, because jobs are not just about economics. They are about improving people's lives and helping human dignity. Meaningful employment is not just the act of earning a living. It is also important to people's sense of purpose and belonging and self-respect, because a good job allows people the chance to develop their own talents, learn new skills, and be independent, which is the most important thing a person can be. It is the only real route out of poverty, the only way that our fellow citizens can lift themselves up, take themselves off the list of beneficiaries and put themselves on the list of contributors to society. To borrow a phrase, Mr. Mayor, jobs make people lifters, not leaners. And this scheme will be for the lad from a deprived area who's got something about him, who needs his first break in a career, or the young woman who's fresh from university who doesn't quite know what to do with her life yet. And whether they find a permanent offer or simply stay on the placement for a few weeks, if we can help some of our young people gain experience, get a bit of income, build their CVs, then we will have succeeded and it will have been worthwhile. That is only one way in which this budget meets our third aim, to invest in our people. This budget provides nearly £345,000 to prevent homelessness through our rent subsidy programme, because we know that early intervention is the best way to stop people losing their homes. And it's always better to help people stay on the ladder than to help them get back on it. And I am very pleased to confirm that we are meeting our long-standing commitment to freeze cemetery fees, and there will be no hikes in the death tax under this administration. Mr. Mayor, one of our most important goals is the revival of a spirit of civic pride in our borough and our communities and our traditions, which is why we've already, as discussed tonight, instituted a system of civic honours. And this year sees one of the most special events in the life of our country, as Her Majesty the Queen marks 70 years on the throne after a lifetime of duty and service. An event like this is so unique, it cannot go unmarked. None of us will ever see an event like this again in our lifetimes. If I were to see another Platinum Jubilee, I'd have to live to be over 100 years old, and I'm not 30 yet. We are therefore allocating £20,000 in this budget to put on a programme of celebrations in the summer, including the lighting of Jubilee beacons, banners and bunting in our town centre, rides for children, concerts and fireworks in our parks, and a Freedom of the Borough parade. And I'm delighted we've just selected the Jubilee Mayor, Mr. Mayor. The full programme is going to be announced at a later date, but I hope that all members and all residents can take part in the festivities, because an event like this doesn't just bring the community together and revive the spirit of patriotism, but it reminds us of the importance of our heritage and our traditions in binding us all together, Mr. Mayor. In June of last year, we finally began to spend the monies on our playgrounds, which had effectively been abandoned under the Labour Party, with the announcement of new play equipment for Stockingford, Kersley and Bulkington. Now we're going further, and I can announce tonight an additional £50,000 will be invested in play areas in the coming financial year. Now, Councillor Guttridge will delight in releasing the details in due course, but we want to make sure that this money is spent on those parks that have not benefited from Section 106 development money, or, as in the case of my own ward, where that money was spirited away to other parts of the borough by the previous administration. We are all one borough, Mr. Mayor, but it is Conservative policy that those who suffer the effects of development must enjoy the fruits of the 106 monies, and I'm very glad we can start to right that wrong tonight. Mr. Mayor, an important part of civic pride is having an environment that is clean and attractive, and we have already implemented deep cleans of our town centres. Now we've included £271,000 in this budget to provide additional bin and recycling rounds, and that's partly to cope with the inevitable housing growth from Labour's unfair borough plan, but it also, increasing our refuse staff, gives us more resilience against the kind of irresponsible strikes we've seen in Coventry in these past few months. Now, Mr. Mayor, soon cranes are going to be rising into the sky, and the regeneration of our town centres will begin in earnest. Nuneaton and Bedworth will begin to change, and for good and forever. This budget gives us the means to make it happen by implementing a bold capital programme of £61.5 million to finance the reconstruction of projects, including £35 million of prudential borrowing. The sums are enormous, Mr. Mayor. £500,000 for Vicarage Street, £7.7 million for the Bridge to Living, £16.85 million for the second phase of the Abbey Street project. Then, of course, Mr. Mayor, and I have to say it again, there was that fantastic success where we were awarded our full application of nearly £15 million from the Levelling Up Fund, of which this programme allocates £5.6 million for this year. Thanks to the leadership, the dedication and the enthusiasm of Councillor Evans and Director Kevin Hollis and his team, after 50 years, Bedworth will finally get a new leisure centre, and it was Conservative government that made it happen, Mr Mayor. However, Mr Mayor, there is a substantial risk in this, which we as a Cabinet have decided to address. The scale of work required to deliver these projects is tremendous, not least the numerous reports that need to be returned to central government so we can actually keep access to this funding. Now, one statistic will demonstrate this problem. Under normal circumstances, to deliver capital projects of this size, we would spend 15% of project costs on staff. We are currently spending 0.5%. We have a programme of regeneration, but we don't have a regeneration team. Now, when these facts are examined, it is absolutely astonishing that the previous administration thought such a situation was viable. If these projects fail, then the borrowing that this council has had to undergo will destroy our financial position. To mitigate our risk, this budget allocates over £200,000 to hire 4 new regeneration officers who will be able to give their full attention that this programme requires. We are ensuring the success of regeneration by providing sufficient staff to carry out proper project management. There can be no more Gresham Roads, Mr Mayor, and under this Cabinet, there never will be. This leads me to our 6th and final priority, you'll be glad to know, in this budget. The need to change the institution of this council itself, to make it fit for purpose and to deliver on our plans. Now, since May, we've discovered the extent to which this council has had poor strategic political leadership and corporate governance under the Labour Party. The previous administration simply balanced the books each year without coherent and long-term planning. The upshot was that spending was salami sliced across services, pay and benefits became uncompetitive, the quality of service declined, the structure of the council became haphazard and illogical, and the budget situation remained fundamentally unsustainable. In short, the council has been spending too little to do too much, rather than spending the proper resources to deliver the key frontline services and deliver them to the high standard that residents deserve. Now, we're already taking steps to improve the council's performance, building on our rationalisation of the management structure last year. This budget provides money to beef up our comms team, because we won't be attracting visitors and investment into our towns if we don't promote them properly, Mr Mayor, and to expand our democratic services team to support our great agenda for change. Now, Mr Mayor, like so many others, I was outraged by the allegations of drug use last autumn that appeared in the press, because not only is that illegal and immoral, no one in the workplace should ever be under the influence, any influence that can jeopardise staff or the public. Therefore, in this budget, we are making provision of £9,000 for random drug and alcohol testing of all staff, because we cannot put a price on the public safety. And Mr Mayor, we're not just making savings in this budget. We can also increase our income by becoming more commercial. And we've already approved an enterprise strategy to do just that. That's why the package before you tonight includes proposals to rent out office space in the town hall and make more use of NABCEL. And as we extend these policies of commercialisation, in the years to come, they will assist our long-term financial position. That is all to the good, Mr Mayor. But we need to go further. It is no good having plans to carry out regeneration and revival if the council cannot carry them out. The machine has to work, and we are going to reform it to make it work. Therefore, we will be implementing a transformation programme listed in these papers as the Business Modernization Programme, and this programme will examine all the work that the council currently undertakes, identify what is statutory and what is discretionary, analyse our performance and propose those reforms which are necessary to improve service. A substantial amount of business analysis and officer time will be required for this project. So this budget provides £100,000 to fund the proper resource to carry it out, because we're not going to do it by halves, Mr Mayor. In the long run, this will also reduce our costs, because the council will be leaner, more focused and more effective, and better able to carry out the priorities of residents in the 2020s. Mr Mayor, last December, I warned the Cabinet that without reform, there can be no recovery and no regeneration in our borough. Reform or decline, that is the choice before Council tonight, and we know where we stand, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, when we took office, it had become apparent that unless this administration took drastic action, we would be condemned to yet more years of decay, decline and despair. The people of Nuneaton and Bedworth can feel confident that this budget continues our decisive rejection of those policies of the 2010s and tackles the great challenges to lead us into the next decade. It balances the books this year and in the future. It supports economic recovery and the return of prosperity to our towns. It invests in our people and helps them with opportunities to improve their lives. It continues that revival of civic pride that we see around us today. It ensures that the great work of regeneration is a success. And it reforms our council so that we can provide the best services to residents. Now, Mr. Mayor, I have spoken for some time, so you'll be glad to know that I will say in closing that 9 months ago, we set out to rebuild Nuneaton and Bedworth. That work is well begun, and it is within our grasp to make that dream come true, to become a borough that is as strong and as free and as prosperous and as united as it can be. More than just a place to live, work and visit, but in every way that matters, a real home for us all. That is why we are all here, and that is why we serve. And it is our purpose that Nuneaton and Bedworth must be great. It must be great for all of our people. It must be a beacon of hope and an example to our country. And only then, only when it is all of these things and we can say that our borough is all that it can be, only then can we say that our work is done. That is our mission as a Conservative Party, Mr. Mayor, and we will complete it. So I move the budget. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am extremely delighted to second that, and I will reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any member? Councillor Watkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment and move our alternative budget. Kelly. So that Kelly will give out some, Kelly and Craig will give out some papers now.
Thank you very much. Councillor Watkins, did you want to speak on this now? Because I think this is quite detailed, and we would want to give this fair consideration. So I would definitely want to move an adjournment from the chair so that we could all have a chance to study this, because we've not seen it before. Can I just confirm this isn't something that has been presented before? No. So as this is the first we're seeing of it, we'd like to do that. Do you want to speak to it now, and then we'll go away and consider it and come back? How would you like? I'm happy to do whichever you want.
Mr. Mayor, you're the mayor. You make the choice.
As you're on your feet, please speak to it now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, so we've been working really hard on this alternative budget. I'd like to thank Jill for all the help that she's gave me with this. And I'm putting this alternative budget forward, Mr. Mayor. We have been listening to the members of the public, and in our alternative budget, you will see that we have kept the funding for the community centres. We will be doing, we'll be cutting the increase in the mobile loan charges that the Conservatives have put up to by just over 14%, and ours will be only just over 7%. Put a freeze on the market rents, except in Bedworth, where the stores on the inside will go from £8.20 to £15. We'll be charging NABSO a little bit more than what they've offered us. But what we are doing as well is by, on the car park charges, we'll have free after 3 to try and help the businesses and the market traders and to bring more people into the town centres. It will be £1.50 for 3 hours on and all days on Sundays. We'll be cutting the promotions of the Queen Elizabeth, the celebrations, to just 10,000 rather than 20,000 because we think that we could still do a lot with this. Mr. Mayor, we have over the past few weeks, few months, I have been up to 3 different meetings at Stockyford Community Centre where the residents and users of that centre are absolutely outraged at what's being done with the funding being cut. But you will see that we can carry on doing the funding for the community centres, and with the different things that we're doing, the street cleansing, the growth offering river clearance service to all other authorities. And by doing this budget as well, Mr. Mayor, it also gives us a surplus of £10,964. So we won't be able to be accused in the future of black holes, as it keeps being getting said, because I would have thought Councillor Croft would know by now that the 1-5 officer won't sign anything off if it's not legal. We have worked hard with the finance team. This does add up, Mr. Mayor, and it ticks the boxes. It ticks the boxes that the people of this borough have been asking about. So I'll move this our alternative budget, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a seconder for that? That's Councillor Jay Shepherd, and she's reserving her right to speak as well. I think at this point then we will move an adjournment for 10, 15? 10 minutes. So if we could regroup then, thank you. For people watching at home, that means the council's suspended while we go and consider these proposals because they need looking at in detail, and then we'll come back and continue the debate then. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you back. Remind you the live stream is running, please. So, we are on agenda item 11D. So, this is the general fund revenue and capital budgets for the municipal years 2022-23. So, the next financial year, the main budget of the council. We've had the main budget presented by the portfolio holder, and the Leader of the Opposition has put forward a series of amendments, which we've had an adjournment to consider. Sorry, Councillor Wilson, you've indicated.
Mr Mayor, I would like to indicate to speak, but before I do, could I move a suspension of standing orders to enable us to complete all business tonight before we hit the 3-hour rule? I suspect we're in danger of that.
Thank you. I think that would be very prudent. Councillor Golby, you seconding that? Great. So it's a procedural motion, so we don't debate it. So all those in favour of suspending standing orders? Anyone against? 2, 3, sorry. So that's carried. Thank you. Okay, so we had got to the stage where the amendment had been moved and... sorry. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Having had the opportunity to consider the opposition's budget, which, considering when we were in opposition, we actually released our budgets in advance, which is not what the party opposite have done. If I was the Leader of the Opposition, I would be embarrassed to present this to full council tonight. It clearly goes to show that they haven't actually knocked on the doors and listened to residents. If they'd have done that, they might have actually still been in power. Now, they have actually accepted virtually everything that this administration has done. What we have done is listen to the residents ourselves, which is why we are in control of this authority. We have actually done all the heavy lifting for the Labour Party, dealing with the £3.2 million deficit that we have had to deal with. They have had nothing on the regeneration team. They've accepted what we have done. They had no ideas on how to regenerate Nuneaton and Bedworth town centres. They have accepted the work that we are doing on the parks and open spaces with the additional £50,000 to provide new equipment for those parks which do not have access to Section 106s. We are the ones who are reforming this council so that it is fit for purpose in the 2020s and beyond. Now, if we look at what they are doing in their alternative budget, they are proposing to slash the Jubilee celebrations to £10,000. I thought Christmas was over, Mr Mayor. I thought Scrooge had gone away for the next 12 months. After everything that our residents have been through over the past 2.5 years with COVID, after having a monarch on the throne for 70 years who has dedicated her life, heart, body and soul to this nation and the Commonwealth, we deserve to commemorate that, and our residents deserve an opportunity to actually enjoy themselves over a 4-day-long bank holiday, a sight we will never, ever see again in our lifetimes, as Councillor Croft rightly alluded to. And what we are doing is actually providing the beacons, we're providing the fireworks, we're providing the stages, we are providing bands for the parks, we are providing a freedom of the borough parade so that our great armed forces from up the road can actually present themselves to the residents of Nuneaton and Bedworth, bayonets fixed and drums beating through the heart of our town centre. That is what they are trying to deny the residents of Nuneaton and Bedworth. They should be ashamed of themselves, Mr Mayor, for what they are doing. And after decades of abusing the generosity of our market traders, they present a budget which only freezes the pre-COVID levels of the market rents at a time when the market traders still need our help. That is why the budget we are proposing tonight reduces significantly the financial burden on our market traders. We know that under Labour, our market rents were higher than some London boroughs, indeed Portobello Road, and I know I'm going to set Councillor Croft off on bed knobs and broomsticks now because he'll have that in his head for the rest of the evening. But it is true, Mr Mayor, that is what the case was. In terms of car parking, they have come up with a halfway house which actually does nothing to help and encourage the residents into the town centre. We don't just want residents in the town centre after 3 o'clock, Mr Mayor. We want them in the town centres at 9 o'clock, at 10 o'clock, at 11 o'clock, all the way up to 3 o'clock. That is what generates a vital town centre, which brings in the money, which brings in the shoppers, which keeps the businesses and the markets going, Mr Mayor. We have the dramatic increase in the market stall rents in Bedworth. How can they turn around and face the market traders of Bedworth and try and ask for their votes when they are proposing to almost double overnight what they are asking the Bedworth traders to pay? These are people who still need our help, Mr Mayor. COVID is not an event, it is a process which we are all still going through. And these businesses still need our support. All we have asked is a modest 80p or £1.80 under our budget. They are doubling it, Mr Mayor. They go on to show that, yet again, they don't understand business, they don't understand shoppers, and more importantly, they don't understand the residents they profess to represent. Now, Mr Mayor, I would say that this budget isn't even worth the paper it is written on, because it does nothing to deal with the vision, ambition and aspiration that residents want from their councillors in this chamber. That is why our budget goes much further in dealing with the issues that we hear on the doorsteps when we go knocking out and about. Perhaps they are too afraid, Mr Mayor, after their legacy of failure, to go out and knock on the doors. We aren't, even though we know that times are difficult. We're still out there facing our voters, and our voters tell us that they want us to focus on regeneration, on our parks, and on our ensuring that we have a council which is effective and delivers value for money. They deliver none of that, Mr Mayor. They are a failing Labour council in 2021, and they are a failing Labour opposition in 2022, and this should be voted down immediately, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any other member? Councillor Downs.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Right, first time speaking at a budget meeting, which is a bit daunting. However, I would like to say a couple of thank yous. First of all, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Thank you, Councillor Evans. For what? Bedworth. It's back. And I love it. Yeah? The market is booming, and it is. So thank you, Councillor Hammersley, as well, for driving that forward. Okay? Councillor Evans. Before we were elected last May, nobody knew where we were going to get the money from for a new activity hub or leisure centre or swimming baths or call it what you will. We do now. Councillor Evans sorted that out. Bedworth is back, Labour. Listen to what we're saying. You were a joke for over 40 years in my town. Never again. Okay? Putting the rents up to 15 quid. You having a laugh? It's post-COVID. We should be dropping them, if anything. You haven't got a clue. This isn't fit to wipe your backside on, what you lot have put together. Yet again, after over 40 years, you're still sitting there, smug as you want. Oh no, it's all right, we'll rip everybody off. Well, guess what? This council's coming back. And as the slogan says, united to achieve. And by God, we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Up next, I've got Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, they were a third-rate council, they're a third-rate opposition, and tonight they presented a third-rate budget to council. This budget would completely undermine the long-term financial position that Councillor Croft wants to put this authority in. After years, not even years, decades of financial mismanagement of this council's finances, they are still not getting it. They will not accept that after the black hole they left us, £1.5 million they left us in a black hole, they still don't accept that we have to reform this authority's finances for the long term in order to make sure that we can continue to provide those long-term public services. I'm absolutely amazed because all I've seen on Facebook for the last week is Councillor Watkins' mystery Northern Relief Road. Where is it? I can't see it in your budget, Councillor Watkins. Is this just another typical Labour lie. You say saying from a sanitary position what? Check on the Nuneaton Labour Facebook page and you'll see that you've been quoted supporting a Northern Relief Road for Nuneaton. Well, where is it? Because I can't see it in your budget. I'll give way to the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Mayor, just pause.
Sorry, Councillor, is this a point of order or?
Explanation, really.
Okay.
Councillor Evans should know that it's county council that do the roads, not Nuneaton and Bedworth, so it wouldn't be in here, would it?
Well, my response to that, Mr Mayor, is why are you talking about it then in the Borough Council? But my point would be that from a planning perspective, he could have put in the budget tonight to look at a feasibility study if he really believed that this was right for Nuneaton and Bedworth. But yet again, it's another Labour lie. They lied to us about the green bin charges. They lied to us about Gresham Road. And now they're lying to the good people of Stockingford by talking about a Northern Relief Road. People do see through you. They saw through you in May, and that's why we're sitting here with a landslide majority. Mobile caravan parks. Now, I was sitting on the other side of the chamber when my group, I think rightfully, proposed to increase the charges, the rent on mobile caravan homes. Yet, I vividly remember the then leader of the council, Julie Jackson, saying that would hurt. That was her word, hurt those vulnerable people on those caravan sites. Indeed, she said it would be inhumane. Yet, I read in this budget that you want to put mobile caravan charges up to £27 a week. Well, it's a good job that the former leader of the council is not sitting there tonight, because she would have no choice but to vote against it. And this is a budget that discriminates. I use that word, I don't use it a lot, but it discriminates the people of Bedworth, because you want to put market rates in Bedworth to £15. It's a good job that Bill Hancock isn't sitting there tonight, because he'd have to vote against it as well. I cannot support a budget that discriminates a certain section of the borough. As my colleague Councillor Downs said, we are here united to achieve, and we are doing just that. They just don't get it, Mr Mayor. They don't get the issues facing Bedworth Town Centre. I'm not surprised, because there's not a single opposition councillor from Bedworth sitting on the benches tonight. Oh, wait, 9 of us now are from the Conservative side, but hey-ho. So they just don't get it, do they? They've always ignored the issues facing Bedworth Town Centre. They were dead against putting Bedworth Market outside. It was only because of Councillor Wilson that we got moving with transforming Bedworth, because the former Labour cabinet wanted to prioritise Nuneaton. It's only because this Conservative council decided that as part of the Levelling Up Fund we would put Bedworth first, that this council secured £15 million for Bedworth, the biggest investment given by government to Bedworth since the 1980s, secured by this council in less than 2 months since taking office. You simply don't get it. It's a third-rate budget, you're a third-rate opposition, and you're never going to be in charge of the town hall ever again.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Hartshorn and then Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My first time speaking, so let's see what we can get sorted. Now, there's a particular area of the opposition budget that I do want to focus on, in particular, the community centres. Now, you list here that it's a £33,720 saving. You haven't factored in the following year, that cost completely wiped out. Yeah, you got £225,000 to run 2 community centres in Nuneaton and Bedworth, Stockingford and Kersley. Now, I understand they are valuable community assets, and that's why we're not proposing on closing them. We are proposing on transferring them into the hands of the residents who run them. Now, as I understand it, there is a community centre in Nuneaton that is run by a councillor present. Now, I would ask, why is that acceptable to the opposition, and yet the communities running, communities that they are against, the communities running the other communities, the Stockingford and Kersley sites? If it's good enough for Wenbrook, why is it not good enough for Stockingford? Why is it not good enough for Kersley? Do you have no confidence in the people of Stockingford and Kersley? Is that the case? Don't know. We'll see.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the past 4 years, I've sat here on budget night. We as an opposition put out our budget weeks in advance, so you could scrutinise it. You could see what was in it, and you could either accept it or argue against it. Traditionally, you came to council budget night and surprised us with what was in your budget. So now, in our first year in control, we've published our budget in advance, and you've wholesale adopted virtually all of it, just tinkering round the edges. But we've got, what do we get for it? We get rents hiked on the market in Bedworth. We get a cut price Platinum Jubilee celebration. It's not clear if, under your budget, it would be limited to just Nuneaton, because our celebrations for the entire borough, so it takes in Bedworth and Bulkington. And we've talked about the community centre. Councillor Hartshorn here put that really well. There's massively more costs involved in running those community centres, and we trust the people of those areas to do a better job by giving the community centres that do the things that the community want, that are open at the times that the community want them to be open, that allow them to apply for funding that they just can't get if it's council owned. And to be honest, if something is good enough for the other centres around the borough, in Bulkington, in Bedworth Heath and places that operate successfully, then why do we not trust the people of Stockingford and Kersley to run centres professionally themselves? We're consulting on it as well, which is something that you've not done. Yeah? We're actually going out there and talking to the residents, having meetings with them and explaining the position, not hiding and making a decision without consulting. So I absolutely support this. We're putting something in place that doesn't just address the financial black hole that we inherited. We're putting something in place that resolves that and gives this borough a vision for the future, puts in place strategies that will enable this borough to function and grow in the future. And I absolutely support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Sekovic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Right, okay, thank you very much for submitting this, Councillor. But looking at it, it doesn't cut the mustard, I'm afraid. Several years ago, we had VE75. Now, okay, admittedly, COVID came along, but we had £5,000 in your budget for that. We've now got the Platinum Jubilee coming along, okay, and we've proposed £20,000. In fact, you even sit on that committee yourself, Councillor Watkins, and you want to halve that to £10,000. So tell me, where is that £10,000 coming from? Is it coming from Nuneaton? I bet it's not, but I bet it's coming from Bedworth, and I bet it's coming from Bulkington. And you forget this is a borough of more than one settlement. Why should everything always have to revolve around Nuneaton and Solent? Yes, it's the biggest place, but it's not the only place. Other places in this borough also have a sense of civic pride. And I'll tell you now, when we had VE75, there was lots and lots of street parties that happened up and down the borough, and people were delighted by having those socially distanced street parties. It raised morale. It gave people that feel-good factor, something which we desperately still need, okay, in these dark days ahead. Okay, so let's celebrate where we can celebrate, and let's get that civic pride back in. And I, for one, look forward to what we're going to do, not just in Nuneaton, but also in Bedworth and in Bulkington. And I can't believe, okay, the number of times I sat in that public gallery before being elected and hearing the words Nuneaton. Your former leader wouldn't even say the words Bulkington as if it was poison upon her tongue. She wouldn't acknowledge it, and you're just going down that same line, Councillor Watkins, and I really expected better for you. The next point I have is regarding the community centres. Right, nobody wants to see community centres gone. Community centres play an absolutely vital role to the whole of the borough. Okay, and the Stockingford Community Centre does amazing work. Okay, it's got some incredible groups, and I know a number of my fellow councillors have been there and visited them. However, why should they be a special point in case when virtually all the others, apart from Kersley and Stockingford, are sort of privately run by residents and other social enterprises? Okay, they can achieve so much more by being part of that. Okay, beyond what the council can do. It's also given the residents the right to sort of say, right, this is the direction we want this community centre to go in. You make it sound like a bad thing. Well, go and speak to people in places like Bulkington Village Centre. Go and speak to them in places like the Phoenix Centre and see what they've got to say. Yes, it is hard work, and no one's denying that. But there's a great opportunity here to be had for those residents and those communities to shape those centres how they want. Also, one thing that we haven't sort of mentioned is the fact there'd be £80,000 from the capital funding to help those community centres to get them to a stage where when they get handed over, they will be sort of in the state that the residents want. So they will be on a more than an even keel when they get taken over. That's something I could only dream of happening to Bulkington. When I did actually ask about Bulkington a few years ago, I mean, I got the usual sort of looks of derision from your former leader, Councillor Jackson, as she was at the time. You seem to think what's good for the goose isn't good for the gander. And I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. So, this is a great opportunity for residents, and you're trying to sell it and spin it as if always it's going to be a negative, and it really isn't. Okay? This budget lacks imagination. Okay, it doesn't meet the needs of the residents. I don't know who the residents are you consulted with. I suspect it's probably a very limited group of residents, probably the same ones that you always have consulted over the last 10 or 15 years. Okay, you need to get out there and you really need to sort of start hitting the streets because this really just isn't worth a piece of paper that it's written on. And sadly, I will not be sort of voting for this tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Safovich. I have now got Councillor Condacor.
Thank you very much, Chair. At the County Council, we do budgets with big spreadsheets. Each party goes and has a look at all the proposals that the officers have come up with, and it's like a menu. You tick what courses you want. And on the Labour budget, I actually think they're being misrepresented on the mobile homes, for example, because it looks like they've deleted a rising of a charge to £28.74 and instead rise it to £27. Going back last year, mobile home charges was one of the things I really disliked about the budget proposed by the Conservatives then, because clearly these people are the least well-off people. It's not a discretionary thing to have your mobile home. You can't just go and move somewhere else. And I think it's really important to keep those charges as low as reasonably possible. So I always get misrepresented, but that was the big thing I was against. In the Labour budget this time, obviously there's things that are useful, that are supporting reducing the rising mobile home rises. But one thing that I disagree with Labour is the markets. I was born in this town in 1965. All my life I've been down the markets, and I agree with the Conservative proposals to get the markets as cheap as possible and build the volume up. I've always said that, so I agree with you on that and not Labour. On mobile homes, I agree with Labour. The other thing in here is parking. Labour are proposing doing something different on parking. Actually not having £1.50 all the time, because £1.50 is effectively £1.50 to park for an hour, for 2 hours, for 20 minutes, or for the whole 3 hours. So Councillor Croft can represent it as the 3-hour charge is down from £2.80 to £1.50. The 20-minute charge is up from an hour upwards. So I think we need to get smarter about parking charges, and I disagree with Labour and the Conservatives at having the same charge everywhere. I really believe we need to be smarter, and where there's more vacancies in car parking, where they're less used, we need more short stay charges. And Sundays, our local businesses do not benefit so much on Sundays because most of them are closed on a Sunday. We need to be actually getting people in town using the small businesses at the right time, which is why the 3 o'clock time is at least better than 1:50 after 3, because after 3 the town does die. So I'm not going to be supporting or opposing the Labour budget because it's a bit of a hodgepodge of things, but there's a real need not to raise mobile home charges. I think that's one thing that Labour got really right, not to tax the poorest. Thank you.
The next speaker I've got noted here is Councillor Kenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I mean, having a look at this seriously. But before I begin in earnest, just like to pick up on a point that was mentioned earlier about the Northern Relief Road being a county responsibility, but I noticed the Labour Party at the County Council didn't include it in their budget either. So I don't think it'd be fair as a Barpool councillor not to mention the community centres. And I think some of the rhetoric from the Labour Party on this has been a bit rich, considering Labour councillors run their own community centres. And I believe if it's good enough for Labour councillors, it's more than good enough for the residents of Stockton-Ford. I think the residents in Barpool and the wider Stockton-Ford area have the talent, the passion and the drive to run their own community centre and make it the best it can be for the community it serves. Now, on to our town centres. Reading this, Labour keeping Nuneaton's markets paying sky-high rates. The market is something that Nuneaton has had for centuries upon centuries, and it was a Labour administration that nearly killed it the first time round, and this budget would prove that they're on the same course. And on the town centre as a whole, their car parking charges, I mean, if they were just too busy copy and pasting Green Party policy, you think they wouldn't waste the paper printing this. Having it free after 3 o'clock, we don't, as Councillor Wilson said, we don't just want people in the town centres after 3, we want them in all day. Imagine trying to promote our borough, to potential investments, to businesses, to other functions of local government, and saying, yeah, Nuneaton and Bedworth have town centres, but they're ghost towns before 3 o'clock. And slashing the opportunity for people to celebrate the once-in-a-lifetime event of Her Majesty the Queen's Platinum Jubilee is a great shame from the Labour Party. And you notice where they've got a £10,000 surplus. So they've obviously found that surplus, reducing the chance for the people of this borough to have a party and to celebrate. So, Mr. Mayor, I cannot support the Labour amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And then I've got Councillor A. Sargent.
Thank you, Chair. I just really wanted to ask a question, which I assume Councillor Croft will answer in his summing up, and that was it's for the community centres. So what's been said, it's out for consultation at this minute. I'm very pro sort of self-management, so I'd be for residents looking after it. But my question would be, what happens if the consultation they turn around and say, we don't want that, we still want the council to do it?
Thank you, Councillor. And then I've got Councillor Beetham.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mayor. What to say about the amendment Labour have put forward? It's good to see they accept the Conservative budget in more or less its entirety. They've not come up with any vision or new ideas of their own. They've relied on the Conservatives to dig the borough out of its ditch, to do the hard work, to fix the black holes they left behind. This amendment, delivered only in this meeting, goes to show that it is equal to perhaps school children copying over our homework. What's worse, they haven't copied it entirely. They've added some old Labour policies back in. Market rents back to pre-COVID. Treating Bedworth and Bolkington as bad partners instead of equals in this borough. When will they learn for themselves? These car park times, Councillor Condacor said, more or less straight out for the Green Party. This alternative budget is not sustainable in the long term. It does not have any vision or ambition. This just reeks of the same old Labour which lost in May. And that is why I cannot support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hammersley.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, if you try the other one, thank you.
When being a new councillor, within 3 days of me being a new councillor in the Bedworth central area, I was out on the streets talking to the people. Now, people did say to me, who are you? I said, well, I'm your new council representative. I said, when was the last time you actually saw a councillor? I said, well, can't remember. Absolutely can't remember. And I said, well, you've seen me now and you'll see me quite regular. And the next comment was, and what you going to do for us? Because the last lot did bugger all. I said, well, it's really not what I am going to do. It's what you are going to ask us, the new councillors, what you would like us to do. And from that, we will see if we can achieve it. Well, they then went on to say, well, it's lovely to see you. We'll probably only see you the once. I say, you'll see me regular. And I do weekly go and see these people and get their voice of the people of the town. And prior to me leaving the town, they did say, now, Brian, if you don't listen to us, we will out you just like we outed the last lot, because they never listened to a word. Thank you.
Oh, I think the councillor's finished, but do you want to make a point of order still? Yeah.
The concern over
there. Thank you, councillor. The last speaker I've got indicated is Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to refer to a couple of things. We've had years of listening to Labour not speaking to proposals and what have you, and, you know, it's your turn now. So our budget is pretty much what you've adopted, so you're welcome, because we put a lot of effort into that, and I can't wait to see you putting that out on your Facebook page and your leaflets, that Labour actually are supporting pretty much 100% the Conservative budget and the Conservative offer for this borough. So that's something that I'm going to be happily telling everybody when it comes to election time in a couple of months. The community centres, absolutely, totally agree. Communities running community centres, what's wrong with that? When it's fit for other people, why is it not fit for the communities that we're talking about tonight? And if you look at the community centre in my patch, the Phoenix Centre, we, apart from the fact that it got cancelled due to illness, we were having national TV programmes broadcast from there earlier on this week, or we would have been had there not been an illness outbreak within the crew, but we're on their radar because we've done it before. We've worked with them before. We've had national TV broadcasts from there, and they actually contacted the Phoenix Centre because we did it so well down there and everybody was really welcoming. So, yeah, welcome back to Loose Women. At least I won't be the only one in the audience. It was quite a well-received thing in the area. And black holes, yes, we've heard about the denial of the black holes, and I agree that the budgets are signed off by the 151 officer. But I remember in this chamber when you called us liars for a presented budget that we had signed off by a 151 officer. And when we were presented regeneration of the town centre, and we were laughed at, literally laughed at, by people who are no longer here, I hasten to add. And the furore that was created, you tried everything to get our budget kicked out because and then you spread it around that it was an illegal budget when it actually wasn't. So, yes, I agree. Budgets signed off by 151 officers are legal. However, the black holes were in your absolute abdication of forward planning. So when we took over, the forward planning did not exist, which is why Councillor Evans had to pull out all the stops. Otherwise, categorically, Bedworth would not be getting a leisure centre now. Absolutely not. And that was due to a lack of forward planning that created the black hole. It wasn't about a pre-signed off budget. It was about the fact that you have not looked beyond the end of your nose for years. And that is the position that we found when we took over. And it wasn't only the Bedworth Leisure Centre scenario that there was a black hole. Has already been mentioned, there was millions of pounds that we have had to find to fill the gap between what it cost to run this council and what was already there in the budget books. And that has been absolutely no mean feat, and it's been dealt with by a lot of hard work, a lot of late nights, a lot of ideas generation. How can we do things differently? How can we make things better? It's not just about penny pinching. And finally, a message to Councillor Kandaka. If you sit on the fence anymore, you are going to get massive splinters. So get off the fence and make a decision one way or the other, because we're coming for your patch during the next election. And we will be knocking on doors and we will tell them that you can't make a decision one way or another.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. That wasn't talking to the Labour amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other member before we move to the vote? Yep. Councillor Shepherd, you did reserve your right to speak. Do you want to speak again? Yep, please.
Apologies again for not standing. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've heard plenty of why they won't support the budget. The increase in mobile homes charges, this alternative budget is only by 7%, 14% in your own budget. So, you know, we've done it. Yes, we've put the market stalls up for open stores and casuals. In terms of raised, it has raised some funds, and I think, you know, it's been at £8.20 and I don't think it covers the costs of what we do in terms of putting stalls up and everything else. We have kept in the financial increase that you've got rid of in your budget in terms of support for finance, and we put that up by another £2,000 in terms of the money that NABCEL gives us. And free parking is slightly different. River clearance to other authorities is going to be bringing us in £5,000. Yes, we've taken down the promotion of the Jubilee, but £10,000 gets an awful lot. And actually, nowhere in this alternative budget have we said it's only money for Nuneaton. So that's a misnomer. Not transferring the community centres. Yet Wenbrook has been mentioned. It is in my declarations of interest. Yes, I'm a director there, and it was when youth services were pulled by the county. So a whole different scenario to what you're doing yourselves. You've had transfer of community centres in your budget for some considerable time now. So the intention has always been to get rid of them. We feel, after listening to the residents, and Councillor Watkins has attended 3 events at Stockingford. There didn't seem to be any Conservative councillors there. And they've said they do not want to transfer the community centres. They want it left as it is. So I only hope that when you've finished your consultation, that actually if those community centres want to stay with this council, that that's what they're allowed to do. Although I doubt it. We are keeping pest control in-house. We feel it's an important service that we offer to residents. And obviously we've not transferred the cleaning of car parks and the cleaning of this buildings to NABCEL, as we feel NABCEL is becoming overstretched. So while you say that we're not doing things, we've also got the plan in there for youth engagement in an apprentice scheme, much like yourselves, but and close to my heart. It's something that I push for to go into this budget. And when you say we've left you a black hole, £1.5 million we had to find this year, and then additional on top. And some of that is through the lack of government funding that this council hasn't had over the years. So please don't say it's the black hole that Labour left. Our budgets have always been balanced. And you can't be saying that they weren't. Officers in this council do not sign off budgets that aren't balanced. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, we... Now, please. So, Councillor Croft, you have the right of reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I shall try to be briefer, as members will be delighted to hear. This is a very disappointing amendment from the Labour Party. We were expecting a lot more from them. And to hear them criticise our attitudes, they have short memories where we have long, because they had their golden opportunity, 40 years of it or so. Now, I just want to take a few points that I picked up in the debate. On the community centres, and Councillor Hartshorn for his first speech, I hope he's here for many years to come, because there's sound common sense in his speech, and we need a lot more of it on this council. What they've put in their shadow budget is a false economy, because it may just seem like a 30-odd K saving this year, but it is almost £250,000 saving next year, and then every year afterwards when the council doesn't bear the costs, because we are trying to return the place to long-term financial sustainability. Every council budget has to be balanced in advance, but it's not the same for long-term plans. So we've turned what in 2 years from now was projected to be a £1.8 million deficit into a surplus. Now that's a record the Labour Party couldn't even begin to touch, and never touched in their 40-odd years in control of this council. I can say to Councillor Sargent, and I'm not quite sure what I can reveal because it's an ongoing process, but we've had a very successful and engaged consultation with the residents of the borough, with the community centres themselves, and with very interested stakeholders and parties. And I can't really reveal, but I can assure him that failure is not an option, and failure is not on the agenda. So I think that's the most I can say at this time. And I will just point out that Councillors Kenner and Councillors Hartshorn and Councillors Beetham have been down to Stockingford Community Centre and met the community groups. So it might be worth being careful who you talk to and what you put about there, Councillor. Mr. Mayor, so they're doing the Jubilee on the cheap. Well, there's patriotism for you. It's Councillor Kenner made a very good point on that. The reason the Jubilee in our budget is £20,000 is because we wanted to share the love. We wanted to make sure that the three centres of this borough have celebrations. It's not all focused in Nuneaton, and it would obviously be focused in Nuneaton because that's where the town hall is, that's where the big park is, that's where the regiment will do their Freedom of the Borough parade. And the council makes a very, very good point. If you've come out with a £10,000 surplus and you've taken £10,000 out of the budget, then you're just being miserly. It's just a sort of mean-spirited attempt to cut away the celebrations of the people. And I have to say, Mr. Mayor, these changes in mobile homes and caravan rents, this is very much robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's, I wasn't hugely impressed with that. And as for the Bedworth market, you've done Bedworth in this one, haven't you? Because you've hiked the market fees. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I should refer to you, Mr. Mayor. They've hiked market fees, and then the change in the car parking. Well, I seem to remember Councillor Hancock telling us with great earnestness that the economic model in Bedworth was very different because people tended to shop in the morning and they didn't come out in the afternoon, and the market was only really active in the morning. And Mr. Mayor, so basically they have proposed a policy that Bedworth basically wouldn't feel the benefits of. No. Well, there's United to achieve, Mr. Mayor. And it's and I say that as an Eton councillor. I thought very interesting. The other thing about the car parking was that would do the Northern Relief Road, wouldn't it? That would completely undermine any efforts there, because the Labour Party's been going around this borough before the election, stirring up apathy, telling everybody they're going to this is the way and the truth and the light. Well, if you want to ram, we've got traffic problems in this borough as it is. If you want to ram everybody through the town after 3 o'clock, you're going to make that much worse. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Condacor, as always, managed to spectacularly miss the point, which is that the whole point is that it is a flat rate, because we want to encourage people to stay in town beyond the hour mark. The existing system, or the previous system, where it was £1 for an hour and then it escalated, caused people to rush, caused people to... and when we need them to stay, we need them to spend, we need them to go to the market, to have a coffee, get lunch, whatever you want to do. And that is the point. It is designed to encourage commerce and encourage trade. And Mr. Mayor, I'm very interested. He's discovered an interest in car parking, Mr. Mayor. We've usually got this sort of anti-motorist ideology where we need to encourage people not to use cars. I'm not a motorist myself, but in this part of the world, the transport of choice is the car, and that empowers people to go where they like and when they like. So, Mr. Mayor, I shall put it on record that this is a pro-motorist administration. We are in favour of the motorist. We want to make life easier for them. So, Mr. Mayor, it's a very disappointing. It's an insult to one's professional skills to have to reply in such a debate. But more importantly, it's an insult to the people of this borough that the best the opposition can come up with is this sort of tawdry, opportunist fantasy that they've come up with. And we shall reject it, and we shall utterly reject it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. So these are recorded votes. So if you can answer when your name is called by the Chief Executive, whether you are for or against or abstaining on this Labour amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as Mr. Mayor says, we can indicate whether you're for, against or abstaining. Councillor Beetham. Against. Councillor Brown. Against. Councillor Clark. Against. Councillor Cooper. Against. Councillor Croft. Against. Councillor Kovetkovich. Against. Councillor Downs. Against. Councillor Evans. Against. Councillor Golby. Against. Councillor Guttridge. Against. Councillor Hammersley. Against. Councillor Harbison is not here. Councillor Hartshorn. Against. Councillor Hocking has left the meeting. Thank you. Councillor Kenner. Against. Councillor Condacor. Councillor Llewellyn-Nash. Councillor Markham. Councillor Pandair. Councillor Baxter-Payne. Councillor Phillips is no longer here. Councillor Rutkin was the... Apologies. Councillor A. Sargent. Councillor J. Sargent. Councillor J. Shepherd. Councillor T. Shepherd. Councillor Singh. Councillor Smith. Councillor M. Tromans. Councillor R. Tromans. Councillor Wormsley's apologies. Councillor Walsh. Councillor Watkins. And Councillor Wilson. So it is 23 votes against, 3, 4 and 1 abstention.
So that's 23 votes against, 3, 4 and 1 abstention. So the Labour amendment is lost. So we return now to the original motion. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Condacor.
Thank you, Bed. Yeah, I'm always find things in any budget that I like. As I said, the market rents, absolutely like that. Brilliant. There's also things I hate. And there's things I feel are very risky. If you look in the Treasury management, the borrowing of this council will go from £80 million to £160 million over 3 years. We're piling on phenomenal amounts of debt over the next couple of years. And that is not necessarily a bad thing if it's done well. But we need to be careful that these massive number of projects aren't gold-plated and their costs aren't running out of hand. If you look at Appendix E, you'll see the hotel part has gone from 16.8 million to 21.1 million. It'll be useful to know if that's because of a higher scope or because things are more expensive. The Bridge to Living scheme has gone from 5.8 million to 7.7 million. There's lots of questions we need to ask about this capital programme because this is how councils go broke. They overextend themselves, and when the quotes come in, things become more expensive. I'd also like to remind some of the younger Tory members that the Conservatives did actually run this council for 2 years, 2008 and 2009. And Councillor Gilbert sitting at the back, he was one of the council leaders over that period. So don't have an idea this is the first time the Conservatives have run this council, and that fell apart eventually, or actually only after 2 years. Civic Hall, clearly most people want it to have a bright future, so do I, and I am concerned about the extended period over which it's closed, and commented it costs £800,000. If you look at the accounts, the accounting figure is £800,000 because of all the recharges and depreciation or whatever. There's a cash cost, cash flow, and that's about half the figure. But we do need to work out how we make the front part of Civic Hall, the bars and the restaurant area, absolutely into a commercial venture. And we need to do this quickly to give people the confidence that they've got a plan for Civic Hall. I mean, I'd love the Civic Hall to be open as a tap house for a brewery or something. You know, get people into Bedworth. I mean, Weatherspoons must earn a fortune in Bedworth. Yeah, why isn't the council building at the Civic Hall doing something adventurous and getting entrepreneurs in? Christmas lights was mentioned. Yes, we did spend lots of money on Christmas lights, but they weren't delivered. Fly tipping cameras. Yes, we have probably spent some money, but they haven't been delivered. Lots of things need detail, and we need detail particularly also on some of the fire safety works, which is also in the housing revenue account. So, yeah, it's half marks, but I say I'm really afraid of the implementation side. I am pleased that Councillor Croft mentioned getting some more staff in to help manage these projects, but I just see it very ambitious and gold-plated in times. And finally, I'll just mention the target hardening, which the Tories continuously harked on about, wasn't delivered. £100,000 last year for this year's budget, not spent, and that's now dropped another year. Failing to deliver what they promised, failing to do the quick review of the borough plan, and the £1 parking was supposed to last for a whole year. When's that ending? Far less than a year. Thank you.
Right, so next I've got Councillor Beetham.
Thank you, Mayor. Employment is essential in upskilling, uplifting and getting residents engaged in the economy, as well as giving them independence. Kingswood, as of last census, had lower full-time employment, lower self-employment than for Warwickshire average. Kingswood also had higher unemployment of those aged between 16 and 64 than for Warwickshire average. Only 69% of Kingswood residents are economically active, which again is dramatically lower than Warwickshire's average of 83. Which is why I welcome this Conservative budget, as it has vision and aspiration, especially for the ambitious plans for youth employment that have been forwarded. I believe the funds put forward for a scheme will greatly benefit Kingswood residents. I'm a firm believer in social mobility, and as Councillor Croft stated, it is a budget to bring people up and not to keep them down. It is a local Conservative council with a sensible and targeted plan that will bring residents and businesses up, which is why I'm going to be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beetham. Next I have Councillor Guttridge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I fully endorse the Conservative budget. The previous controlling group left the borough with no appropriate strategy for the maintenance and upkeep of our parks, with the previous park strategy running out over 6 years ago in 2016. But we have taken steps to put in a parks and green space strategy, which would include the tree and update the allotment strategy, which is out for consultation. The budget for the maintenance of our play equipment has not had an increase since 2006, which has led to some delays in repairing some pieces of equipment. But due to the investment of the extra 50,000 in the playgrounds, we will be able to improve the facilities for the children and the young people of our borough, which they deserve. We have already ordered the following: 2 pieces of new equipment for the Kersley wreck, 2 pieces of new equipment for the Stocking Ford wreck, 1 piece of new equipment for the Bolkington wreck, which will be fitted in the next few months, subject to weather permitting. I can say, under the Conservative control, the soon-to-be officially opened mountain bike track and netball and tennis courts at the Miners' Welfare Park, which budgeted for 518,000, has been completed on time and to the allocated budget, something which never happened under the previous administration. Everything was over budget. 2 words for you: Gresham Road. I would also like to thank the Parks and Green Space Capital Projects Officer, who has worked tirelessly with the contractors and myself to ensure that the project has been completed and on budget and on time. Also, we are adding to the regeneration team by adding some new specialist officers to bolster the expertise within the team supporting the transforming of Nuneaton and Bedworth. This is a budget of vision, ambition and aspiration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Guttridge. Next I have Councillor Markham.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think this is a fantastic budget that Councillor Croft and the officers have worked hard to reduce the deficit we inherited and not only balance the books, but to provide money for some great new Conservative policies that will only add to the wonderful work we have been doing as an administration since May. Currently, with the growth in housing developments that Labour previously authorised, our refuse collections have been overworking, and so the funding for additional bin and recycling rounds to cope with the extra housing is extremely welcome to all the residents within the borough. With extra support being given to assist with the Queen's Jubilee celebrations this year, our civic pride and community spirit will shine through, a great feel-good event that everyone can get involved in throughout the borough. We are reforming our council to make it more efficient by introducing proper project management and support for the current programmes we have ongoing and planned, such as securing the £15 million Levelling Up Fund awarded towards the new Bedworth Activity Hub, despite there being a £500,000 black hole. Working together with Warwickshire County Council, there will be a green corridor linking the Bedworth Activity Hub to the Bedworth Town Centre. I can't take any credit for this though, and that should go to officers and Councillor Evans, the previous portfolio holder. But having said that, considering the occurrences since he actually handed over, I'm wondering if Councillor Evans had some sort of crystal ball. Today we have actually interviewed for construction and procurement for the site of the Activity Hub, and we're moving towards REBA Stage 4. I was going to mention in the Bedworth Miners' Welfare Park about the tennis courts and the mountain bike, but Julian's already done that, so I won't go over that again. The sanctuary event has been moved from March to May because of COVID concerns. This is a sanctuary event which is actually happening in the Miners' Welfare. I don't know if everybody's aware, but there is actually going to be a presentation on this, which everybody's actually had an invite for at 5:30 on the 21st of February. It'll be good for everybody to watch that just to see exactly what it's going to do. So this date has been moved forward. It's going to be better for weather, and it should also get more people there. It's actually going to attract locals and people from around the country. Past events have been very well supported, and this will link nicely into the Jubilee celebrations, as the burn is the weekend before the Jubilee, so it should get us all in the festive mood. There's also the new extension to the Nuneaton Museum. We've received £3 million from the town funds. Planning has already been submitted and approved, and we're now working through REBA Stage 3. So some exciting times ahead, and I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Markham. Councillor Kenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think I've asked that before. It's good to be able to talk about some good news. I will absolutely be supporting the excellent budget put forward to us tonight. I'd just like to start by thanking Councillor Croft, the Cabinet and the officers for this spectacular piece of work. One of the things I like the most about this budget is the youth employment scheme that was spoken about earlier by Councillor Croft. I remember moving to the Borough when I was in my teens, a very long way from my family, and to a place I'd never really been before. I remember struggling to find work and how difficult that was for me as an individual, being out of work for so long. And so I'm delighted that this council takes seriously the employment opportunities of young people, because as Councillor Croft mentioned earlier, meaningful employment is not just earning a living, it's also important to your sense of purpose and your belonging and your own self-respect. And also another thing I love is the proper commemorations for Her Majesty the Queen's Platinum Jubilee later on in the year. I'll keep talking about the monarchy because I think it is an incredibly important aspect of our society. And it just shows, and I think it's important because the things that bind us to our past also give us the roots we need to grow into the future. I think this budget is the real kickstart of the de-Labourification of our borough, and it gives some sound financial stability and a safe pair of hands back on the reins of control in the Borough Council. So I will absolutely be supporting the Borough, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. If I could now ask Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Councillor Kondarka describes our budget as half marks. Well, I can't give his budget any marks because he's presented absolutely nothing to Council tonight. If he was an effective opposition, I don't agree with what Councillor Watkins presented earlier, but at least he got up and presented something and was an opposition. Councillor Kondarka is very good at criticising people, but he's not very good at presenting actions. And like Councillor Golby said, it's about time, Councillor Kondarka, that you stop sitting on the fence, stop abstaining and actually come to a position. Mr. Mayor, I rise this evening to speak in favour of the budget that has been proposed by the Cabinet Member for Finance, Councillor Croft. I intend to put myself forward as the Conservative Party's candidate for the Slough ward at the forthcoming local elections. However, I have never taken my seat and my position for granted, and even I have to accept that in a few months I might not be returning to the Town Hall. 4 years into my term as a member of this council has given me the opportunity to reflect on my position and what I have achieved for Bedworth. 4 years on, I wouldn't describe myself as a councillor, but as a community leader, in that it's my job to set an example to my constituents, but also to make difficult decisions in the public interest. As a community leader, I intend to support this budget because it places the borough's public health interests as an absolute priority. In other words, I support the council's decision to allow the council to extend its licence that it has with the NHS in order to allow them to use the Civic Hall as a vaccination facility. And I know that this decision has caused some disquiet amongst residents in Bedworth. As a lifelong resident of the town, I absolutely understand just how valued the Civic Hall is to many people across the community. Of course, arts, culture and entertainment is important, but equally, when it comes down to a pantomime and getting jabs into people's arms, I will prioritise public health any time of the day. My position to support this proposal may not be liked by some, but at least I can walk out of this chamber tonight knowing that as a community leader, my direct actions may have led to thousands getting jabs, therefore potentially saving lives. The same, however, cannot be said for the member for Weddington, Councillor Kondarka, who last week decided to use his position as a community leader to spread fake news and create a sense of fear in the community I serve to represent. To be clear, he said on Facebook, the Conservatives are planning to close the Civic Hall by stealth undercover. Mr. Mayor, this is fake news, nothing more, nothing less. The NHS approached us, not the other way round. The NHS want to continue using the Civic Hall because the venue is instrumental to the regional vaccination effort. We have people coming to Bedworth as far as Stratford, Leicester and Birmingham to get jabbed. Plus, the volunteers and the NHS employees who this side of the chamber are standing up for want to continue using the vaccine facility because they feel safe in the venue when it comes to contact with the general population. And to those sitting in the public gallery tonight who might come to the view that Councillor Kandaka is a credible source for information, please think again. In January 2018, a local hearing panel concluded that following...
Councillor?
We are supposed to be talking about the subject here. We have a serious problem in this council with complaints, and that's costing us £22,000 a year.
Yeah, Councillor, you're making a point of order that somebody's not speaking to the point.
Yeah, I'm just saying...
And you're talking about a completely different subject. So.
I'm saying if councils talk respectfully on the subject, we don't get these problems. And I ask the Mayor to keep people on topic.
Councillor, if you can make your point.
I was hoping he was going to stand up and actually give us some actions. What are your plans for the Nuneaton, Bedworth and Bulkington? That's what I was hoping Councillor Kandaka would stand up for. But a local hearing panel concluded that following a complaint against Councillor Kandaka, the circumstances giving rise to the complaint were the substantiated and unfounded allegations made by Councillor Kandaka in a Green Party press release on Facebook and at full council on the 15th of February 2017 that identifiable... I'm happy to give way to Councillor Shepherd.
I'll hear it at the end. Are you going to make a point that comes back to the budget? Can you do that, and then I'll take the point of order after? Thank you.
Yeah, for clarity, Mr. Mayor, my point is obviously the Civic Hall vaccination facilities mentioned in the budget, and Councillor Kandaka has made claims on social media that we are trying to close the Civic Hall understaffed, and I think as a community leader, it's my job to actually basically give the truth so that people watching this know what this is actually about. Basically, he was making accusation that the council had doctored consultants' reports into air quality assessments, and in doing so, he had accused a senior officer of misconduct and had brought into question the officer's integrity, honesty and professionalism. Mr. Mayor, as a community leader, I can walk out of the chamber tonight knowing I have put public health first. The member for Weddington will have no choice but to walk out holding his head in shame, knowing he has used his position as a community leader to spread fake news about the borough's public health. Okay. Mr. Mayor, could I just seek clarification? Was the timer stopped during the points of order? Yeah. In which case I will conclude.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shepherd, you had a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have sort of addressed it. I'm trying to keep Councillor Evans on track. I think I am a little concerned that people are beginning to go off track.
It was a bit roundabout, but it did come back to the budget in the end. Yeah, I take your point. Thank you. Wouldn't normally interject, but I think, you know, as the Civic Hall has been mentioned so much, I think it is important to re-emphasise to people just what a very valuable resource that has been for the NHS, and they have approached us to extend it. As Mayor, that's meant a personal disappointment because I had a number of functions planned, 2 at which would have raised substantial money for my charity. But that isn't going to happen now because something far more important is going to happen. Public health is going to be preserved. And there are people in this room tonight, and I was very ill with COVID not that long ago, as a couple of other people have been. And if we hadn't been jabbed there at the Civic Hall, I fear to think what would have happened. So I think people do understand it is, you know, from the NHS's point of view, an absolutely ideal site. It works really well for the people there, and we just can't, you know, justify refusing that. You know, our first duty has got to be to look after the public, and I, for one, you know, probably owe my life to it. So just need to put that on record. I have a couple more speakers, Councillor Golby, and then Councillor Brown. Oh, and Councillor Downs, Councillor Savekovic. Right, and then I think we're done then. Thank you. Oh, yeah, but you get to speak as you've reserved your right. Thank you. Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question's already been asked about where the Green Party budget is. I wonder if you'd seen one, but no. Not even an amendment. I think the best hope that the Greens have got is Labour actually nicking their car parking charges and trying to get it through in their budget. Target hardening, Mr Mayor, yep, slightly disappointed with that. However, circumstances beyond our control have kind of taken hold. They needed addressing in more of an immediate manner. So I agree. I would have liked the target hardening to be reviewed. However, the officers that were dealing with target hardening were the officers that have had to sit through and sort out the, well, quite frankly, the situation that we found ourselves in with Glendale. So if they had abandoned that duty and come on to working on the target hardening project, I'm sure the Greens would have been the first ones out there waving their secateurs and complaining about things. So you can't have it always, Mr Mayor. I appreciate that what they had to do was prioritise the immediate need, and the immediate need was dealing with the situation with Glendale and grounds maintenance. I fully accept that. There's also been some legal stuff going on in the background as well, which Councillor Kandaka's not privy to. So there's things going on that don't involve you. And I'll leave it at that. All I will say on this is that actually I believe that this budget that has been presented tonight is one of the best budgets that this council has had presented in this chamber for a very long time. I can say that with some certainty, actually. And I've looked back over the last few years' worth of budgets that we've endured. And there's been nothing of any imagination, nothing of any note, nothing of anything other than tick boxes and what you can just barely get away with. And what we've done is actually shown that we've got actual aspiration. And we're willing to take a risk on this borough, but do it in a controlled way. So we are looking to transform the borough, and we're looking to actually get people in who can do that. Because we know, we're not daft. We know that we haven't got infinite resources within officers. We know that the officers that we have are not necessarily industry experts, so we have to go and get advice from industry experts, because that is what responsible people do. And again, I'll go back to what I said before. We know that there were not fully funded projects because we've had to find the money for them. So I'm happy to support the budget that we've got out tonight, and I'm happy for things to get started and the changes to begin. And I'm sure that all our residents are as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't repeat things that have already been said, which will shorten what I was going to say quite a bit. I would support this budget because if you were a person looking at this council tonight online, you've seen a budget presented by Councillor Croft that was reasoned, that was presented eloquently, where the measures add up, a background was explained, the reason why things are necessary was given, and the appropriate measures to deliver it have been put in place in the budget. In utter contrast to the back of a fag packet, rambling presentation from the opposition. It's a volte-face from what we've had in previous years, where it's been the opposition that's presented a coherent, cogent budget and then had to listen to an off-the-cuff presentation from what was then the controlling group, with no reasons given behind the measures that were to be implemented. So we now arrive at a situation where we have professional control of the budget, professional analysis of the problems, and professional measures put in place, properly explained. And for that reason alone, if for nothing else, that is the reason to support this budget. And I, for one, will be doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Downs.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm going to support this budget because for the last 47 years, we've had an old man of a borough
wheezing, puffing, going down the road, stinking of fags. That's what we've had for 47 years under Labour. This is the first time we've got pictures of our monarch up in our chamber. After 47 years. Disgusting. Right? Now then, what this budget does, it not only gives that poor old wheezing old man, stinking of fags, probably me, a bit of a lift, yeah? But it's provided open heart surgery to a borough to be actually proud of itself. So again, I say again, and my colleagues would agree, united we achieve. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. And I've got Councillor Sekovic, and then it will be back to Councillor Wilson as you reserved your right. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, may I sort of thank Councillor Croft and officers for all their hard work. These things don't just put themselves together. A lot of time and effort goes into formulating a well-planned, a well-rationalised budget. And I think that's what we've got here tonight. I think what we've got here is something which provides a building block, a stepping stone to future years, which we can grow and develop and build on. Some of the things I'm particularly excited about in this budget, things like helping the young to find jobs. I've been a school teacher now for nearly 20 years, admittedly in Coventry rather than within the borough. And one of the things I've seen in that time is youngsters struggling to find employment. And sometimes actually it's that first opportunity that's the most difficult to find because they haven't necessarily had the skills, they haven't had any sort of formal training. So when you can provide those things, it makes somebody a much more marketable commodity. So the fact is they will have things to write on their CVs. They will, if they impress some of these employers, I'm sure will be granted permanent contracts of employment. And this will then sort of develop, allow these youngsters to develop their potential. So I'm very excited about that. Also in terms of helping to prevent homelessness, again, £345,000, I believe, was the sum that was mentioned to help prevent homelessness. Again, something that's very, very important. I think it's close to all our hearts. We've all seen the plight of people who are homeless, and having sort of money spent on that to actually sort of develop strategies, I think, again, I've got to commend. And I'd like to sort of see more of that kind of stuff going on within the borough, because, as I say, even having a small handful of people who are homeless is a handful too many. Finally, something that Councillor Gutteridge sort of picked upon was the sort of parks. When I was first elected, one of my my very first meeting with a member of the public was with a sort of a Labour activist who I imagine will probably one day stand as a potential sort of candidate for the Labour Party in Bulkington. And the first thing we did is we agreed to meet up at the Bulkington Recreation Ground and to walk around the playground and to have a look at that playground. And she's a young mother herself, I'm not going to name any names, she's a young mother herself, and quite rightly, she was pretty disgusted by the state of the playground. She pointed out everything to me. I'm not a parent, I don't have children, so, you know, the way I kind of look at a children's playground is probably different to somebody who would use it on a regular basis. And going round with that, she showed me all the sort of the things that she disliked. And I said, well, you know, have you not really approached the Labour council? I mean, they're your party at the end of the day. And there wasn't really much of an answer. And it wasn't so I wanted to argue or debate with her, you know, particularly, but it was just the point I think needs to be drawn out. There was no strategy for parks. So the fact is, we're putting one together and money is now being spent. And it's great to see, and I know both Councillor Smith and myself as Bulkington councillors have seen plans for a new piece of new play equipment and replacement of another one. So the fact that sort of Stockingford, Kersley and Bulkington are all getting new play equipment for our youngsters, because it's not, you know, just about sort of, you know, the sort of things like the activity hub. It's about these little kind of community-based things as well that we have within our sort of regional parks as well across the borough that are just as important. And, you know, we're doing our residents a disservice if we ignore these things. And it's great to see that money has been put aside for these kind of things as well. You know, often we sort of, I'm not going to focus on other points because I think other people have probably put them far more eloquently and better than I have. But I think, you know, this is something that we often neglect. You know, I was always led to believe and told that Labour were the party to sort of deliver all these things. However, it's us that's delivering them. In this budget, our budget, and I am very, very happy to support this budget tonight. So thank you very much for delivering all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor Wilson, you reserved your right to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There are a number of things I wish to address tonight on the budget, which has been most eloquently presented by my colleague and friend, Councillor Croft, and we have spent too many evenings, I suppose, poring over figures and spreadsheets to count. And it is true that after a while, once you spend a long time staring at spreadsheets, you can go a bit blind after a while. But I want to address something of utmost importance, which is the Civic Hall. As leader of the council, my first duty is to the public health of this borough. And I make no apology for that. We have a pandemic, a global pandemic, which we have endured for the past 2.5 years. And the only reason we are here tonight, Mr. Mayor, in person, rather than those, and I have to admit I hated them, those virtual meetings, is because we have that vaccine. Like yourself, Mr. Mayor, I know that if I hadn't have had the vaccine, I would have ended up in hospital. Councillor Condacor asked me a question earlier about whether I had attended all the meetings of the combined authority. There was only one missed, which I couldn't get a sub for, because I was lying ill in bed with a fever and hallucinating because of COVID. And I am convinced that if I hadn't have had that jab, I would have been hospitalised. My 79-year-old grandmother caught COVID because I live with her. If she hadn't have had that jab, I am convinced she would have been hospitalised. And I remember her saying to me, Christopher, this morning I got up and I thought I was going to be saying hello to your grandpa. He died in 2003. Now, we managed not to go into hospital. And I don't want any citizen of Nuneaton and Bedworth to go through that. Least of all, I want them to end up in hospital. So if extending by 3 months, or 9 months, or even 12 months was on the cards, I would have granted it automatically because that is what the NHS have asked for. We are not the experts in this chamber, and a number of those who are championing reopening the Civic Hall as an entertainment venue are not the experts either. They are saying, go use some other venue. We already explored those venues at the outset. Those which could be used were used, but most of them, if not all now, have been reclaimed for their original purpose because those businesses wanted them back. And I think the Saunders Hall was probably the greatest example of that, which was used. If we don't use the Civic Hall, the argument is go and see a GP, go and see a pharmacist. You look into a pharmacy, is it suitable to have queues of people going into there to have a jab? The answer is no. How many people in this chamber have needed to see a GP in the past 2.5 years? I have. Have you found it easy to get an appointment? No. Do I want the lines clogged up by those people who need a jab, instead of going to the Civic Hall, ringing their GP to get a jab, which could be delivered in the Civic Hall with no fuss, or the GPs actually seeing people who are in urgent need of critical care, like cancer, for example. I know that cancer is a most emotive subject. My own family have suffered with it. And there is a great fear amongst the public, and I don't know whether it's justified, but there is a fear, nevertheless, that COVID has meant that there has been a delay in diagnosing things like cancer and other serious illnesses. I would be derelict in my duty if I did not enable everything I possibly can so that the NHS can do its job safely and enable people to get to the GPs to actually get their appointments too. When I went for my booster, Mr. Mayor, there was a slight delay in me getting it. They had to sign the vial out and whatever. And I thought, I'd had a bit of stick from one of the artists who didn't like the fact that we'd extended it. And I said to the 3 assistants in there, actually, I'm the leader of the council. This is the Civic Hall from the council. What's your view? They said to me, please don't close this Civic Hall down as an NHS vaccination centre. This is perfect for our needs. We feel safe. We can have all the space we need. We can get, I think it's 7 pods in there for people to be seen. People keep saying, oh, there's no queue outside. It's designed not to have a queue outside. That was the fundamental principle behind it, so that you reduce the transmission of the virus. So I make no apologies for the Civic Hall being used as an NHS vaccination centre. And I'm fed up of Councillor Condacor reading conspiracy theories into this, that and the other. I'm sure if he could find Shergar being ridden by Lord Lucan, he would do. But that is simply not the case. Now, we have the borough plan, Mr. Mayor. I was questioned on that earlier. Where's Councillor Condacor's amendment to put the money in for the borough plan? It's not there. He stokes fears, he stokes lies, and he doesn't have the answers himself. He fails his residents, and he is not fit for the public office that he holds if he keeps misleading members of the public like that. And he says that we're having to spend more money on legal complaints. That is actually quite accurate. We're having to invest £22,000 in more investigations into legal complaints. If councillors didn't go around calling other members Nazis, or if councillors didn't say to another councillor on the evening that they had a miscarriage, you should resign because you weren't here, we wouldn't be spending this money. Now, I'm not going to go into the details because it's on pink paper, but it is a matter of public record that that councillor had a miscarriage and they were asked to resign. And when challenged by others, that councillor who inflicted that emotional and psychological damage refused to withdraw that comment. I specifically asked them and they refused. If they'd have had more common sense and more humanity, then we wouldn't have been having those legal investigations. But let's focus on what this budget does do, Mr. Mayor. This budget is a budget for a better borough. It brings about security in our regeneration. As leader of the council, I am proud to have the portfolio of business and regeneration. But I don't have a regeneration team. Every other cabinet member has a team. I have the markets and I have the town centres. They have a team, but the single biggest issue for this borough doesn't have a team. How can that be right? For years, we sat opposite there and asked for more investment in regeneration. I remember being laughed at and decried for saying that we need to regenerate years before Labour put it into their budgets or even got their finger out their backsides. But actually, we need a regeneration team and we need it now. And I'm proud to put that into place. What else does this budget do? It invests and supports our town centres. Our markets will have, in Nuneaton, lower market rates than under Labour, something which they could never dream of. And I know Councillor Croft will go away again thinking of bedknobs and broomsticks and the great Dame Angela Lansbury, but it is true. Portobello Road is not comparable to Market Square in Nuneaton, but yet we were charging the same, if not higher, rates. That cannot be right, Mr. Mayor. We are also investing in bringing people into our town centres with the car parks. We want people to stay in our town centres. We want to be proud of our town centres. We want to give them a reason to come into our town centres. Now, an hour may suit some people, but everyone who I speak to says they're always clock watching when they come into town. They don't have the time for a coffee. They don't have the time for lunch. They don't have time to chat to that person who they meet up with after so long of not being able to see people throughout COVID. £1.50 is cheaper than the 2-hour rate, which was £1.80, and massively cheaper than the 3-hour rate, which was £2.80. And we're investing for the first time seriously in our play equipment for our children and we have seen throughout COVID that our play in open spaces have been a great comfort to people throughout the pandemic. But they have had to put up with substandard equipment. Can we replace everything? No, because it costs money. But what we can do is start that programme of investment with this £50,000. And I know that Councillor Guttridge is chomping at the bit to be able to get in there and actually deliver that new play equipment. And I take public safety extremely seriously. And I was greatly disappointed when I had the news that we had members of staff who had been taking drugs and potentially putting our residents at risk. And we put immediate action into place, and officers were left under no illusion about the importance that I, as leader, and the rest of my cabinet place on this. And investing £9,000 from the general fund, and that's actually £3,000 from the HRA as well, into ensuring that we have the random drug tests means that we have the tools in our armoury to ensure that our members of the public are safe when our staff go out there. We have the Jubilee, Mr. Mayor, something which I'm not surprised at really that the Labour Party, the party of Corbyn and Tony Benn, who hated Her Majesty the Queen and everything that she stands for, I'm not surprised that they want to do it on the cheap. They did everything in the borough on the cheap, really. But I believe our residents deserve an opportunity to come together and celebrate something which will never, ever happen again in our lifetimes. An achievement equalled by no other monarch in our history. And if I could show, and if members of the opposition, or indeed members of my own party, could show even an ounce of the dignity and strength that she has shown throughout her long and glorious reign, then I think we will be doing a damn good job. And we are investing in the refuse service, something which is one of the most basic and fundamental services which this council provides, and is probably the one which most people see the most. We have to face facts that under the previous administration under Labour, we saw a massive explosion in the population of this borough, particularly, it has to be said, in St Nicholas and Weddington. Almost 6,000 houses, I think it's currently standing at the moment, with more on the way, unfortunately, because of the borough plan that we're lumbered with, which Councillor Condacord bemoans but won't do anything about. But we have to invest in those services because whether we wanted those properties here or not, those residents deserve a service. And they need to have the fundamental basics of refuse. And again, talking about fundamental basics, having a home is one of the most fundamental things that we all need as citizens. And to ensure that we are investing in homelessness prevention and dealing with those who present as homeless, again, is a critical frontline service which we are investing in as an authority. We are not shying away from our responsibilities. We are being proactive and investing in those services, and that is what this budget does. And last of all, I have to praise Councillor Croft for his baby, I suppose, the job scheme that he has championed throughout the budget process. It's a stark reality that actually, when you look at the average weekly wage in Nuneaton, we are £50 lower than the national average and £20 lower than the Warwickshire average. And the thing that we need to do in this borough is not accept the lowest common denominator. We need to raise our expectations and ambitions for our youngsters. And that is what this job scheme seeks to do. Will it get to everyone? No. But it gives people a fighting chance. We know that education is one of the greatest drivers of social mobility, and then getting into a job. And we know that those who have a job are more likely to be stable moving forwards throughout their lives. And giving people that platform, and I know that Councillor Croft actually benefited from a similar programme in his youth, although he would still like me to say that he is young. I think wanting to give something back that you have benefited from is the pinnacle of actually giving public service, and I commend Councillor Croft for his efforts on that front, and I think it is a great thing that we can do as a borough council. This budget delivers for the many, to coin a phrase, and it actually does so because we have the vision, ambition and aspiration for our residents, something which we saw was sorely lacking from the alternative budget tonight. We have a reason to vote for something. They had a vacuum, and that is why the people of Nuneaton and Bedworth voted us in May 2021, and I am confident that they will vote us in again in May 2022. I commend this budget to the Chamber, Mr Mayor, and I look forward to it being passed.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So, as previously, these are recorded votes. The Chief Executive will... Sorry, Councillor Croft, I'm missing you out there. Please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You've all heard quite enough from me this evening, so I should keep it very brief. The only point I could actually hear to pick up on from the debate was Councillor Condacord talking about the target hardening. He's quite right, and based on his other comments, he will have worked out why the works have not been done yet, because that is staffing, which we are taking steps to address, and Councillor Guttridge has already explained why we are taking steps to address that. But what we have not done, which is what the previous administration did, which is take it out of the budget to try and hide it. It's still there. It's still open and upfront and honest about it, Mr Mayor. Councillor Downs made an interesting comment, and I do want to mildly disagree with him. The borough is not wheezing along, Councillor Downs. The best days are yet to come. This is what this budget is all about. And Councillor Evans made such an interesting point, Mr Mayor, that in a few months' time we will have the election, and it's in the hand of the gods, vox populi, vox dei, And I may not be here after May, Mr Mayor, but if I'm not, I shall content myself that with this budget and with this work we've done, I shall have done something for this town and this borough. And with that in mind, Mr Mayor, I think the group can be very proud of themselves for the work they've done. We are ending this year, this financial year, doing what we did last year, which is beating those guys, standing up for our residents and delivering a brighter future for Nuneaton and Bedworth. And that's what this budget's all about, so let's get it passed, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. We will now definitely be going to the recorded vote, which the Chief Executive will call everybody's name in turn. This is the substantive motion that's in your agenda papers. Please, for, against or abstain. Brett, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I'll call the names out. Councillor Beetham. Councillor Brown. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Croft. Councillor Goretovich. Councillor Downs. Councillor Evans. Councillor Golby. Councillor Gutteridge. Councillor Hammersley. Councillor Harbison's not here. Councillor Hartshorn. Councillor Hocking has left. Councillor Kenner. Councillor Condacor. Councillor Llewellyn Nash. Councillor Markham. Councillor Pandair. Councillor Baxter Payne. Councillor Phillips has left the meeting. Councillor Rookin, apologies. Councillor A. Sargent. Councillor J. Sargent. Councillor J. Shepherd. Councillor T. Shepherd. Councillor Singh. Councillor Smith. Councillor M. Tromans. Councillor R. Tromans. Councillor Worms, apologies. Councillor Walsh. Councillor Watkins. And Councillor Wilson.
So, Brent, would you like to read us out the numbers?
That's 23 votes for and 4 against. 25 votes for, sorry. Councillor Evans is correct. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Evans is correct.
Right, so that is passed. That now brings us on to what will no doubt be a much simpler, straightforward item 11E, the Housing Revenue Account and Capital Budgets for the year 2022-23. Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to move the Housing Revenue Account as is set out, and I'm not going to speak too long on this. But I am actually really pleased to be able to present this first proper housing revenue budget for the Conservative administration. So one of the things that I always get asked is, what are all the acronyms? So this is the Housing Revenue Account, the HRA. For those people that are watching at home, and I do know there are actually a few people watching at home, the Housing Revenue Account is intended to record expenditure and income about the running of the council's own housing stock. It also deals with other related services and facilities which we provide for the benefit primarily of our tenants. We have close to 6,000 properties in our portfolio, so it is quite a large number. And the main features of the HRA are us as a landlord, effectively. So we need to record income and expenditure, provision of housing, accommodation that we've got to provide as a local authority. It's a separate fund to the general fund budget, and it's ring-fenced, which is why we have to say we do a separate HRA budget. There is crossover. You do spend money from the HRA into the general fund to pay for services that you acquire from the general fund. So that's why Councillor Croft mentioned money coming from the HRA into the general fund. So just to be clear, there is the main source of income is from our tenants. So it's from rents and service charges, and it is an income generator. So there is a recognition, as you will hear, or you will have heard from this side of the chamber, and one that has been sorely lacking from previous administrations, that the council is not only a public body, but we are a corporate entity as well. So the HRA budget being presented tonight is the first steps in our housing revenue account, for our services to focus not only being a public body, but also being a corporate entity as well, alongside that. We understand that the two, so being a public body and being a corporate entity, are not mutually exclusive. They can work together. And that is what we aim to do, again, as you will have heard previously. We have a much more commercial outlook on things. That cannot be denied. And because of that, in my area of responsibility, which is housing and communities, I've not only been looking at the budgets, so the pounds, shillings and pence on the bottom line, but I've been doing a system review as well. So I've been looking at the entire system and, you know, what do we have? Where do we have it? Why do we do things the way we do them? And I've been met sometimes with the answer is, well, we've always done it like that, which doesn't cut it with me at all. Other questions I've been asking are decisions we make based on legislation or policy. Do we even have a policy to cover some of the things, which is surprisingly, you would be surprised, or maybe not, to find out how many policies we don't have. So as an example of this, a few weeks ago I signed in an independent cabinet member decision which brought into force a damp and mould policy. Now, bearing in mind that we are a huge landlord, and damp and mould is probably not uncommon in properties of older ages, we didn't have a single thing in a policy to tell residents what to do, and more importantly, to also protect the council as a landlord. So what would you do? So it's something so simple, and it's just a legacy that's missing. There's lots of policy gaps that we're now trying to fill. I mean, Councillor Guttridge, he's finding the same thing. And in my housing communities portfolio, it's becoming quite resource intensive. So we will be employing officers specifically to review policies and identify gaps, and then work with others to create new policies that are also aligned with legislative requirements. This should then future-proof our policies going forwards, and with a corporate mindset again, this is as much about protecting the council as it is protecting our residents. We have to do these things, and they've not been done. We're also looking into the teams in my area, how the teams in my area work, and how they can work together in future to provide better outcomes for our tenants while providing value for money to our taxpayers. And following on from Councillor Croft's youth employment scheme, we will also be taking on apprentices. So we don't do apprentices at the moment, and I was told that some time ago they were referred to as slave labour and should never be spoken of again, which is quite ridiculous, really. I don't see how giving somebody an apprenticeship and an opportunity to earn money whilst gaining a skill is slave labour, but I would never have said that things. We're also working closely with our tenant engagement teams. We're increasing our tenancy engagement teams. We're giving our residents more of a voice, and we're being more transparent in how they run. One of the other things that we're looking at is stopping the crisis of homelessness. This is something that has been brought forward as well as what Councillor Croft has mentioned before, and it's something that I'm especially pleased to see. We're looking at investing in capacity to support tenants. We are looking at helping them maintain their tenancies rather than become homeless. We need to make sure that we end the trauma of homelessness, as well as putting people up when they are homeless. We need to stop it happening in the first place. So I'm pleased about that. We're doing things like the district heating. We need to update the independent living schemes and some of our general purpose flats where we've got communal boilers. We need to upgrade them to more efficient models. That's included in the budget. This will also reduce bills over time, and given the current energy crisis, it's all welcome. There's other things that we're doing. The current electrical testing is done over a 5-year period, and in upcoming legislation, it's anticipated that this is going to become more frequent. So we're preparing for that change now. We've discussed it, and it was decided to be prudent by putting in provision in this budget as a safeguard. So it's not necessarily going to happen, but if it does, we're covered. So forward planning. Our current 30-year plan seeks to deliver approximately 1,300 new dwellings. However, I'd like to say that this isn't fixed, and I'm looking to improve on this amount through reinvesting increased income in future years. Over the next 5 years, we've planned significant capital investments to deliver almost 240 dwellings and continued investment in existing stock, including it's anticipated at the moment to be around £22 million in our independent living schemes. So this is something I'm really excited about, and it's something that will be coming forwards at a future cabinet. So most of these independent living schemes have been built for quite some time, and built in the 1970s, not fit for purpose now, not at all. So we need to make them more appropriate to the way people live today. So we want to bring them back into use. Most of the voids that we have, these homes that aren't rented out, are independent living. It's no good. So when we actually tackle the voids, we're also reversing the rent loss, because if they're voids, we're not making any money on them. But not only that, the HRA has to pay 200% council tax on every void property that we have. So not only are we going to generate funds from re-renting the properties, we will also be having a cost saving because we won't be paying out the council tax either. So it's a win-win. We're also looking to do that as an income generator. Obviously, I've just said that. But what we will be doing most is providing some of the residents who are the most vulnerable with a place to live, where currently they are unoccupied. So these are the properties that we need to concentrate on. In this budget, there is a £1 million line item to enable us to hit the ground running on the independent living schemes in this financial year. So later on, when it comes to Cabinet, we can start. We've got the budget there, we can start immediately. It's not only increasing our revenue base, like I've said, it's a cost saving to the council, so we're coming at it from both ends, if you pardon the pun. And I think that that is good forward planning. With good forward planning as well, again with a corporate view on, we've been horizon scanning. So looking out for what's coming down the line that could potentially cause us some problems. Mainly external factors, I have to say, particularly in relation to the new housing white paper. Because of this, we've decided that it's going to be prudent again to prepare ourselves for the worst and hope for the best. So we've put in a white paper reserve of around £350,000 to cover anything that might come at us out of left field. Now, if this money is not needed, it can be reprofiled. We can spend it somewhere else, along with the income generation that I'm hoping to achieve on the rebuilding of the independent living units. So again, it's more money retained in the HRA for potential new builds. I'll be honest, I've said to the team that I want a really aggressive approach on increasing our council housing numbers, because I'm not happy with the amount of people that are waiting on our lists. It's not right. And if I could click my fingers tomorrow and do something about that, I would. But it's a slow burn, but we will get there. So we've got a 30-year plan that at the moment is running well. We are required by legislation to keep the balances of the HRA above £2.6 million, which it does for the entire 30-year plan, including when we factor in all the spend that I've just mentioned. So we are good on the legislation, we are good on the legals, and we are good on moving forwards, Mr Mayor, on what we can offer our residents, because being a tenant of this council should not disadvantage you in any way, and I'm going to make sure that as best as I can, it doesn't. Now, before I sit down, because I'm not going to stand up for much longer, I just want to say thank you to the team, because I have to say the team have been absolutely brilliant with this. Director Dawson, Nicola Toppin, Jane Grant, who are on speed dial, I'm afraid. They get to hear from me quite a lot. And the rest of the team who work in housing and communities are doing an absolute stand-up job. and they deal with some of the people who come through our doors who are in the most need. They are usually in some sort of trauma, and I can't thank them enough for the work that they do. They put up with some really not nice things as well, and stuff that I wouldn't do, but more power to them because they are really good. And I'd also like to thank Craig. He's hiding in the corner over there because there he is. Okay. I just want to thank Craig and the finance team as well, because I have to say that I've come up with quite a few things that I would like to achieve through the housing and communities teams, and Craig is helping find ways, as you've just heard, to make those asks actual reality with budgets and advice, and I really appreciate what you've done, Craig. So with that, I would like to commend the HRA, Housing Revenue Budget, and I hope it finds a seconder, and thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. Councillor Croft, do you wish to second that?
I'll second that, Mr Mayor, and reserve my right.
Thank you very much. So, any member, Councillor Evans?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I intend to speak in favour of the Housing Revenue Account budget as proposed by Councillor Golby, and I think sometimes the HRA budget is sometimes overlooked from the general fund, but there is some really amazing things that are taking place within the budget. And I know that Councillor Golby has just mentioned the work of Craig Pugh, and I was disappointed to hear earlier that Craig will be leaving the authority next month. I know that he's been working here since, I think, 2009, and he will be a great loss to the council and has really put the council's treasury management in a really good position in comparison to most other local authorities. This HRA budget will put forward £3.9 million towards its new build and acquisitions programme. When we took control of the council, Councillor Smith, in effect, created a brownfield first policy, and one of the things that the housing department is doing very well is using former garage sites to build modular housing, and it's clearly working. In Bedworth, one of the things that really upsets me is the fact that we have residents who are, for whatever reason, have to leave their housing. It might be due to financial problems or domestic abuse or whatever, but we're having to put people into temporary accommodation as far as Tamworth and Birmingham, and that really isn't very sustainable. And Councillor Golby has mentioned housing waiting lists. So the fact that we've got that £3.9 million in place to actually build more social housing on brownfield sites, but also to acquire housing as well, I think will go some way in bringing down those waiting lists. Slabbing in elderly people's complexes. I know it's not something that people will think is very important, but actually, I don't know why when our housing complexes were built, but slabbing was the thing, and it is something which is very difficult to maintain. And I know that particularly in places like Catherine Ward Hall, the slabbing is uneven, and it has meant that residents have unfortunately suffered injuries as a result. So I do welcome the fact that £100,000 has been put into the HRA in order to remove slabs and basically re-tarmac some of our elderly people's complexes. This council, and I know the housing department, I know that Councillor Golby is absolutely committed to ensuring that we absolutely prioritise the needs of disabled people and people with mobility issues in our housing stock, and that's why I welcome that £500,000 has been allocated towards putting in new level access showers for those most vulnerable in the borough. And on a final note, I wanted to mention the Decent Homes Fund, which is going to allocate £2 million in the forthcoming financial year. This is a specific ring-fenced budget that will bring our council's housing stock into the 21st century by fitting in new kitchens, new bathrooms, and fixing out-of-date electricals. So there's a lot of good stuff in this HRA, and it really is going to bring our council housing stock into the 21st century.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Condacall was the only other indication I had.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I'm going to get less attack for the housing revenue budget than I have for the general budget. It is said right at the beginning there's a lot of good things happening. I do like apprenticeship schemes, and we've always been very short of people like housing officers. And I do hope we get some enthusiastic people who want to take on that very difficult role. We also have lots of problems in housing. And it would be really good if we do manage to build significant amounts of council housing, particularly on brownfield sites. I think one of the risks we've got is inflation of the construction costs, particularly with Britex, etc. And I think modular housing probably is the way to go to actually remove some of the labour cost pressures we're under. And I do hope they're actually looking at being solar panelled, ground source heat pumped, etc. Because there's lots of opportunity to make really warm, really eco-sound homes for our residents. One thing I have been going on about for the last couple of years, and I may get attacked for it again, I don't know, is the fire safety works. I keep asking for these studies at Cleaver Gardens, at Ryde Avenue, etc., to see what problems have been found. And I kept being told the reports haven't yet been finished. So now it's clear the reports have been finished. I would appreciate a look at the fire safety reports for my local council housing. And we've got replacement vehicles on here, £1.75 million of replacement vehicles. I'm not anti-vehicle, I've got a car myself. It's dreadful, this tosh that's talked about me being anti-car. I'm pro other things, I want good services, etc. But on our vehicles, I do hope that replacement programme is as green, as clean and as economical as possible, so it actually has low running costs and a low air quality impact on our borough. One of the things we have had problems with at housing sites has been Glendale and the whole environment around places like Cleaver Gardens. Unlike some other councillors for Weddington, I go around Cleaver Gardens approximately once a week. And there's lots of sites there that are an absolute mess. They've ripped out hedges and bushes and things to keep down running costs, but they then never replanted them with grass or anything. So there's a lot more housing ground maintenance work we need to do as a major catch-up. And as I said in my question earlier, we do need to sort out someone fixing the highways on sites like Cleaver Gardens, because it's a disgrace, and I hope we can find a way of getting the county council to take them on, or find a way, other way of bringing them up to standards. Income generation, housing sites, this is a bigger budget than our general budget. They generate income, and I hope the council will be investing in the housing officers, the grounds maintenance, etc. So actually tenants are getting value for money, and we can bring the sites up to the state they used to be in many years ago when the council had more staff. Because Cleaver Gardens is a wonderful place in a nice summer's day, but it does need some money spent on the grounds maintenance. It does need some money spent getting the highways up to spec, and it does need all the fire hazards checking out. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll be supporting this budget tonight, and I'm pleased to see that the things in there like the fireworks is continuing to be done. Because as Councillor Golby probably knows, it was me that actually championed that work to get the fire risk assessments done, and all of our independent living units brought up to standard. But now we've got to do on the general purpose blocks of flats. It was also myself that asked for the independent living units to have a survey on them all, so it's good to see that there's £1 million in here to be looking at them, because as Councillor Golby's just said, we have 40 to 50 units a week emptying in the independent living units, which is actually costing us a fortune. So they are in a state where they need some money in investing into them, and the £1 million is amazing, really, to get it up and running, and to see what if we need all of the 24 unit sites that we've got. So yeah, we'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. No other member having indicated. Councillor Croft, you reserved your right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I shall try and get briefer and briefer as the evening goes on, but I would just like to pay tribute to Councillor Golby and the team, because this HRA is an excellent example of the new corporate-minded approach we're bringing across the borough. I'm delighted it's got cross-party support, and like I said earlier, Mr. Mayor, we are finally sorting the place out. We really are. There's a great plan to finally deal with voids. Voids have come to the OSP for as long as I can remember on this thing, and it's finally getting sorted out. We've got an aggressive house building programme. It's a fine thing to house people. It's a fine thing to make them safe, improve their homes. So I don't really have much more to add, because there's a lot been said on it, so I shall move the report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. So a recorded vote... you do have the right to reply, Councillor Golby. I've just been reminded. Sorry. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not actually going to say much more than I've already said. I think going forwards that the team have got quite a clear plan on what we need to do. We've got the funding set out to do it. The voids are not going to change overnight. It's not going to be a quick fix, but it will be a fix. We will get it sorted. We owe it to, we owe it to the residents, and we owe it to the taxpayers as well, because we are hemorrhaging money in places and have been doing for quite some time. So this is now, again, part of the corporate view that we need to stop trying to hemorrhage money, as well as trying to get more money coming in. So that is the reasonable way to actually do things. So I'm not going to say any more than that, other than I'm pleased that actually we've got some cross-party support. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. So we will now be doing the recorded vote. Brent will call your name. It's the substantive motion here. If you can indicate for, against or abstain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So here we go. Councillor Beetham. Councillor Brown. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Croft. Councillor Kovacevic. Councillor Downs. Councillor Evans. Councillor Golby. Councillor Gutteridge. Councillor Hammersley. Councillor Hobson. Councillor Hartshorn. Councillor Kennett. Councillor Condacor. Councillor Llewellyn Nash. Councillor Markham. Councillor Pandair. Councillor Baxter Payne. Councillor Phillips is left. Councillor A. Sargent. Councillor J. Sargent. Councillor J. Shepherd. Councillor T. Shepherd. Councillor Singh. Councillor Smith. Councillor M. Tromans. Councillor R. Tromans. Councillor Walsh. Councillor Watkins. And Councillor Wilson.
That's unanimously passed. Thank you again for unanimity. Thank you. Right, that brings us on to 11F, Council Tax. Councillor Croft, if you'd like to move this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and the Chief Executive should know by now. Mr. Mayor, this is the resolution that allows us to collect council tax. I've already discussed the rate that we're going to be charging. We are the collection authority, so we only get about 12 to 13% of it, but we do have to collect it, even though the county and the police set the lion's share. The unusual situation this year, Mr. Mayor, is that because of some rather robust overview and scrutiny at the Police and Crime panel from some of my colleagues on these benches, there's been a delay in the Police and Crime Commissioner precept, so we will actually have to defer the final decision on the final figures to a council tax setting committee. So as part of the resolution tonight, I move that the Conservative members of that committee be you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Rob Tromans, Councillor Chris Wilson, the leader of the council, myself as the portfolio holder, Councillor Lubs Kvetkovic, and Councillor Jack Kenner. So I shall move that, Mr. Mayor, and I hope it finds a seconder. Well, we need one.
Councillor Wilson, you want to second that?
Yep, I will second that, Mr. Mayor, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. Any member? Right, just to explain what's going on, because we don't know the exact amount that the Police and Crime Commissioner will be seeking. All we can do is agree the methodology and have a committee that is politically balanced. So 5 Conservative, 1 Labour, 1 from the other group meet and just agree that the figures have been calculated in accordance with the formula. I believe that's correct. Oh, Councillor Condacor, you want to come back in?
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused by that proportionality, because when it's a borough plan or something you don't want us on, we're excluded. But for the council tax setting, we are excluded. So maybe the officers can explain why the proportionality works differently for this than the other ones.
I guess you don't have to turn up. You can exclude yourself if you don't want to, but have I missed the point? Brent, if you would like to explain.
I shall attempt to explain, Mr Mayor. Because you will be setting the council tax and the full council is delegating that, then it's about having a representation as close to political proportionality as we can from each of the groups on the council to set the council tax. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. So other members are included, just for fairness. Whether it was warranted a full seat by proportionality, you got one anyway. So I think that's transparent. I think the public will understand that. Councillor Wilson, you'd like to come back in.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, even though I did reserve my right to speak, but just to answer the point that I was consulted upon this as leader of the council by the chief exec, and I agreed to have a representative from the independent/green group. However, if he does not wish me to do that again, then I will be more than happy not to do so. Political proportionality, strictly speaking, didn't have to apply, but I did ask and agree to a representative from the independent group. But there are also more members on this panel. There are 7 rather than 5 as there are on the others. But if Councillor Condacor doesn't want me to include his group in future, then I will adjust my rationale accordingly.
Right, again, we will now move to the recorded vote. This one doesn't have to be recorded. I think we'll all be pleased about that, so we can do it on a show of hands. Can I ask all those in favour to please indicate? And again, we have unanimity, so thank you for that. That's passed. That moves us on to item 11G, Treasury Strategy and Budgetary Framework 2022-2023. Councillor Croft.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You'll get sick of me by the end of it. There isn't much controversy on this, Mr Mayor. This is a very technical report. This is our strategy for managing our cash flows and our investment portfolio over the next 12 months. It is always a very prudent and small c conservative strategy because we have an excellent chief accountant. I'll have more to say about him under any other business. As has already been raised in the debate, that is particularly important this year because we have so much extra borrowing to fund CapEx. But there really isn't much to say, so I should move that report, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. Councillor Wilson, you want to second that?
I will reserve that, Mr Mayor, and I will second that even, Mr Mayor, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor. Any member, or are we... Councillor Condacor?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Just a point I'd like to really highlight to the public and members on page 92 of the appendix is that our estimated outturn gross borrowing was 80.7 million this year. In 3 years' time, it changes to 64.7 million. We're also losing a very, very, very competent member of staff who's been managing this. So I do urge that members take a close look at the Treasury Management Strategy going forward over the next couple of years, because we are taking on an enormous amount of debt at a time when interest rates are very volatile with Brexit, wars, and who knows what else is going to go on. So I will put on the record now, and hope it's recorded, that actually this is a lot of money and we need to be very careful over our taking on debt and taking it on early enough, because one of the things we have been as a council has been under-borrowed. When interest rates were ridiculously low and we had cash, that was a very, very sensible thing to do. But we need to be very careful about being under-borrowed if you actually have to pay the contractor building the hotel in so many months' time, that you've actually got the money borrowed at a sensible interest rate. So there is, Councillor Croft will know this, but I really do want to emphasise how important it is with £160 million of debt that we get our borrowing and the timing of our borrowings absolutely right. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Councillor Conticore is right. We have a very, very efficient and competent Chief Accountant in Craig Pugh, and I have no hesitation in endorsing his report whatsoever. And Councillor Conticore is right. There is an awful lot of borrowing, but that is the price we have to pay for progress, Mr Mayor. If we want to regenerate Nuneaton, if we want to regenerate Bedworth, this money does not grow on trees. We cannot pull a Christmas cracker and just suddenly find it there in the middle along with the joke. We have to actually find that money from somewhere. That means we either get it from government, we get it from the private sector, or we get it from borrowing ourselves. We are trying to find a way of broadening where we get that funding from for transforming Nuneaton and transforming Bedworth. But at the moment, from my conversations with the private sector, they want to see that the public sector is actually delivering, and this is a way of actually getting the private sector interested. And if we do this right, then the borrowing will be worth it, because we will have regenerated town centres that are fit for the future and are places that our residents actually want to go to. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Right, so no other members. We'll move to the vote. This is as printed in the agendas and the addendum. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate. Oh, gosh. We're back to recorded votes. The Chief Executive, Brent, will call your name for, against or abstain, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Beetham? Councillor Brown? Councillor Clark? Councillor Cooper? Councillor Croft? Councillor Kovacevic? Councillor Downs? Councillor Evans? Councillor Golby? Councillor Gutteridge? Councillor Hammersley? Councillor Hartshorn? Councillor Kenner? Councillor Condicore? Councillor Llewellyn-Nash? Councillor Markham? Councillor Pandair? Councillor Baxter-Payne? Councillor A. Sargent? Councillor J. Sargent? Councillor J. Shepherd? Councillor T. Shepherd? Councillor Singh? Councillor Smith? Councillor M. Tromans? Councillor R. Tromans? Councillor Walsh? Councillor Watkins? And Councillor Wilson. It's unanimous, Mr Mayor.
Unanimous again, thank you for that. So that's obviously passed. I would like to move on to agenda item 11H now, the local council tax support policy. Councillor Croft.
Nearly there, Mr Mayor, nearly there. Nearly there, Mr Mayor. I shall move the report, Mr Mayor. This is effectively the same council tax support policy we always have. There are some minor amendments to it. We're preventing avoidable hardships. We're clarifying the policy on universal credit. We are removing the possibility of legal challenges by bringing the policy in line with previous cabinet policy, and we're doing the annual uprating on housing benefit. So that's what it's about, Mr Mayor. And if people want to have a very technical discussion about it, they can, but otherwise I shall move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Croft. Councillor Wilson, do you want to second that?
I will second that and reserve my right to speak, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Councillor Condicore?
Thank you. I won't speak at length, but this is a really important bit of help for people. Basically, if you can't pay your council tax, the council will pay a calculated amount of your council tax. The one gotcha is the minimum payment for people under retirement age, which is 15%. It used to be 20%, and I campaigned for a long while to get it reduced at this council, and I hope in future we can review it again to actually get that down to 10%, because more affluent councils set a lower minimum payment. And this is one way we can actually direct money to people who most need it. So whilst I won't suggest we change it this year, I hope the Cabinet members will have a look at reducing it to a more appropriate level in future years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No one else has indicated, so Councillor Wilson, do you wish to come back in? No? In that case, we will move to the vote. It doesn't have to be recorded this time. Councillor Croft, do you want to come back in before we do? No? You said you were done. I took you at your word. So all those in favour, please raise your hands. Again, that's unanimous. Thank you very much for that. That moves us on to item 12, additional item, audit appointment. Councillor Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a further technical item. Basically, the council needs an auditor. We are coming to the end of our current audit system, and what this motion does is it locks us into the PSAA framework for going out to tender for an auditor. It does not select the auditor itself, but it is the most cost-effective way, and they are the experts in the field at appointing a council auditor. So that's what it's about, Mr. Mayor. It needs a vote of council to do it, otherwise we'd have done it through Cabinet, and I shall move the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilson, do you want to second that?
I will second that and reserve my right to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I think just to explain to anyone that is watching this on the live feed or on the recording after, rather than individual councils going out to seek to tender for their auditors, and we all have to be audited every year legally, they can do it through a larger organisation and reduce the costs and have experts help us with that, and that's what this is about. So, any other member? Nope. In that case, we will move straight to the vote. Again, this one isn't recorded. If you'd just like to raise your hands and indicate if you're in favour. Again, that's unanimous. Thank you very much for that. Right. So, that's the end of the agenda items. Are there any other urgent items? Councillor Croft.
I rise to groans, Mr. Mayor, but there is a very important piece of business I haven't actually done yet. But now that the party debate is over, I think it's more appropriate. I would like to put on record certainly my thanks and the thanks of the entire Conservative group and the Cabinet to the finance officers. Many officers had a hand in the budget. The entire executive of the council and the entire finance team, who have been very hard up against it this time. But I would like to thank two people by name, Mr. Mayor, because they will be leaving the authority. The first one is the Interim Director of Finance, Mr. Stephen Fitzgerald, who is sat at the the back of the room. There he is. He has been spectacularly helpful, always constructive, always full of ideas, and I have thoroughly enjoyed working with him. And then, of course, there is Mr. Craig Pugh, who is sat right next to him, who's been with us for absolutely years. Mr. Mayor, I mean, it's never been anything less than fun. He is a fantastically competent accountant. We shall miss him when he goes, but we understand why he is going. We wish him all the best for the future. So I would like to record a vote of thanks of this council to the entire finance team, but particularly by name to Mr. Stephen Fitzgerald and Mr. Craig Pugh. And they will leave us with the thanks of a grateful borough, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would wholeheartedly second that. And just sat here, I see the two heads popping up from behind there. It reminds me somewhat of the Eurovision Song Contest, Mr. Mayor, when they ask whether all the numbers add up and they can release the results. When you see the head of the ECB or whatever it is pop up and say, yes, we can declare them. I have to say that Mr. Fitzgerald has been a breath of fresh air in the finance department, and he has been a joy to work with. And has brought a wealth of experience and knowledge to this council in such a short space of time, and importantly given some invaluable advice as to his successor as well for the permanent Section 151 officer. And also to Craig Pugh. I've been doing shadow budgets and budgets with Craig for longer than I care to remember. Indeed, I seem to recall one shadow budget. We were locked in Committee Room D, and we had a bang from Committee Room B telling us we were too loud because we were laughing. And if you can actually manage to have a chuckle whilst you're putting together a shadow budget, I think you are doing pretty well. But on a serious note, he has always ensured that the figures add up as both an accountant, but also, not everyone will recognise this, but when he is scrutinising and supervising ballot papers. And I think the politician in me is also grateful that he can make the ballot papers add up to what the numbers should be in the box as well. And that is always good for a councillor when they are on the ballot paper seeking election. So he does his job both inside and outside the finance department. He will be sorely missed. And you will always have a home here in Nuneaton and Bedworth. So thank you very much.
Councillor Shepherd, I think you indicated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, I would like to endorse the comments made by Councillor Croft and Councillor Wilson. I've known Craig rather longer than I care to remember, to be honest. And I will miss him in his sense of humour. But he's always gave sound advice to whichever party he's dealing with, and that's really appreciated. Stephen has brought new dimension into a 151 officer, and I thank him for his support.
Thank you, Councillor. In that case, if I can just have a show of hands. That is unanimous, and we thank you both, gentlemen, on behalf of the Borough. Thank you. Right, that concludes our business for the evening. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you for anybody that stayed watching the live stream, and anyone who watches this after on the recording. Thank you.